Hey, hello, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and today this is a derping around in Minecraft day, and I'll tell you why in a moment once I get in. I'll stop this dumb music that apparently is trying to play artificial tubular bells for some reason that is beyond me. Go figure. Hey, James. So here's where I left off. And I've actually been given new things since I was last here. I think that's new anyhow. I'm not completely sure whether it's new. Maybe it's new, maybe it's not. But yeah, it's been about a month since I've done any of this. Hey, Jonathan. As you can see, I've got things that are finished and things that are not. A random tree for no reason. And last time I played this game, I made this thing, which has a number of cute details about it. One of them is I had a bird much earlier in the Minecraft playings and killed it by accident somehow. I think I had fallen into a hole and was trying to mine something, or I don't remember. I certainly wasn't trying to kill the parrot on purpose. And so then I did not have my parrot, but then guess what? People found one and brought it along with like whatever seeds you needed to feed it so that I could replace the very parrot that I had with an exact duplicate. And there it is. So I was all busily making this elaborate building just because I got caught up in that, as usual with doing anything, whether it be making buildings or making plugins or coding in Godot. It seems to always go in this direction of derping around, taking forever to really get rolling with something, and then in the very end of the stream I'm madly doing all manner of stuff. You know, something I could do, oh nice, dolphin cameo, is lure these in and make one of those weird chicken bombs that you can make. What I mean by that, I will show you what I mean by that. Looks like what I'm going to need is some seeds to go and bring those over here, which is doable. That's the sort of thing that one could do. Not by looking in a cobble chest, though. And hey, well, I'm glad that you enjoy the plugins, James. Pretty much do them in hopes that somebody might like that. So here's how I can go and get those ocean chickens in. Oh, look, there's even more ocean chickens. I don't understand what that's about. They have floating eggs. I'm pretty sure that if eggs float, that means they've gone off. Yes, swim this direction, please. Did I pick them up? I think I did not. Okay, so what can I throw away? A single oak fence. So that I can pick up our floating eggs and also lead the chickens to dry land. Yeah, funny you should mention Basicomp, because as it happens, I'm probably going to need to work on chimey guitar. Why are they not? Well, there's one way I could make them come. Maybe they're just very slow. I could build a road to lure them onto. However, first thing is I'm going to pass the evening. Oh, Jonathan, I'm happy that you're enjoying Prime FIR, because I couldn't really tell whether that was going to be anything good or not. It's fairly likely that old samplers used something not too unlike that, because that's the thing, is it's a brick wall filter, and those have existed for some time. Okay, let's see if we can make a gangplank that the chickens will get on. It'll be a bit of a pain picking it back up again. Oh, and look, now we have another egg. Oh dear. I'm gonna get attacked by a zombie. I hear him down there. Well, let's see if the chickens can climb onto this little gangplank or not. Well, at least it saves me the trouble of swimming. I don't know why they don't climb onto this. I bet there's a way that I could make them do that, but not that interested at the moment. There we go. Now they're going to follow much more eagerly. And then I can go and bring all the rest of them up. I'll lead them into the middle of the bamboo forest and then leave them. Assuming, of course, I can get into the bamboo forest and not just get lost. I think it didn't work. Well, you shall be rewarded, and then I'm going to go and try to get more. Maybe I can bring this one this way. It's a funny thing about, oh, and another egg. This one, I think, did not. No, there's something I can do. I can push it in this direction until I get attacked by a zombie that is literally coming right for me. Although I will say I do have an arrow, so I can do that. Oh, no, they went back down again. As long as we're doing this foolishness, might as well do it up properly. Also, I can go and get that egg now. It began to float. Oh, Mr. Dude is hitting the surface very quickly now. And stay out. There we go. I feel ya, Cole. Drowned with tridents. Yeah, being in the place I am That is certainly something that will come to annoy me. I'm on this funny little island, although I was thinking of like literally moving to another place and just starting over from there. Also, I wonder if I can persuade the dude to get up onto this. I feel like they would walk much quicker that way, but I don't know if that's going to happen. Chickens insist upon only swimming. Okay, what if I do this? Oh. Well, alrighty then. Yeah, I've been doing a bunch of work towards eventually being able to make music again someday. I mean, it's a thought. I always have in mind, like, what kinds of things... Oh. Boy. Chickens simply do not stay out of the water if they have the opportunity of jumping into the water, I tell you. I must have picked up random XP. Hey, some of those sink and some of them float. Doesn't seem to be much rules as far as which goes which way. Although I do assume if I am closer to it, I'm more likely to grab it. It eats itself up. Although if I do this, that doesn't work at all. There is this narrow window, and it depends upon what direction it goes. So you gotta be right on top of the thing. Okay, good enough. Do I feel like going and getting the floating rocks? Kind of tempting. You know, one of the things about my loadout is that I am fairly good at swimming. And I would say I would have to be. Look at this nonsense. Ha. Sucks to be them. Oh, look at me. I've missed a couple. Well, clearly I have to go and pick those up, right? Thoroughness dictates it. What is the most efficient way of going and getting those? Given that that has now become my job today, is I want to go and get those chickens. Maybe fence them all into something. Make like dispensers and those iron chest things. Suck things into other things. A little redstone here and there. Next thing you know, you have a chicken machine. And it seems like that might be fun. One of the first things I did so many years ago when Minecraft was just coming out was YouTubed the making of a chicken machine. It's on another channel that I used to post to back in the day. Also, making another cup of coffee is a thought, seeing as I put off... Oh, Hi, can I do anything nice for you guys? We got dolphins playing. Hi. Oh, are they bringing me eggs? That's astonishing and very cool. Why, I thank you. What nice dolphins. They literally brought me drops from the chickens. Maybe this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship, right? Maybe this is how this is going to go from now on. I just use the dolphins to do the thing. Nah. That's not going to continue. All the same, that's pretty cool. Okay, so as the sun begins to... Oh, maybe the little building over here can be the chicken machine. Well, you mentioned pounding coffee. I feel like this might be a fine time for me to... Firstly, I can disconnect. I'm going to literally go and make one more cup of coffee, even though I left it until very late in the day. I built something before making my first cup of coffee today. So that's kind of interesting. And indeed, I can show it after I fire up this stuff and set it to stream so that you can hear it direct rather than... Oh, looks like I have it playing. What the heck do I have going? I probably have background music from the Minecraft. I don't know what I had playing. I set sound to SWB audio capture, and all of a sudden something was playing. Yeah, it must have been the loading screen music. Cool. Anywho, old content peak. And fire this up and soup it into the middle there. I will be back because I am going to make another cup of coffee. I had gone so long without coffee that I had something of a headache. And it'll get me more chattery, which if I'm going to be doing a Minecraft day, it's probably good for me to be more chattery, so I'll see what I can do about that. It's one of the things about doing streaming and such. There are some expectations regarding that. Even if they're not terribly serious. I will be right back. whether it's being combined with the game audio. It just stopped. Okay, that's a weird sounding section. It is what it is. Funny thing, I can do better than that reverb-wise now, but this is hardware reverb. It's not the Bricasti. I did not have that at the time. It is MIDI-verb, the first one that comes with the RCA jacks. I own quite a number of those, actually. For a while there, I was like, I want to buy all the used ones, not all of which worked, but whatever. I would buy them anyway. And it is playing simultaneously with the background music there, so we'll just jump over to that then. Yeah, by the way, I have something that I can show, although I think I'll wait until there are other viewers rather than 9. We can go back to the Minecrafting. Change the background music, but like I said on Blue Sky, I have been building. And I spent the day, is it dark? Is it light? It's light. Rather than make coffee in the morning, oh, that is a chicken. It looked like a skull or something. I was like, do I have skeletons? No, I have chicken butt. And I have all these ones over here, which I would like to bring back. Although I do wonder whether the dolphins are going to bring me more eggs. Or whether the dolphins will attack drowned. I wonder. It's the sort of thing where I could see that getting programmed in. Yep, that's a spy chicken. Sure enough. Yep, there are some dolphins. These are presumably going to swim in my direction at some point. Sure enough, they are trying. They're just not trying very hard. Oh, and I have a random egg over there. And over there. So I wonder how dolphins carry eggs. They can't be biting them. But it's probably them moving them around. So that's one of the deep mysteries, to be sure. I'm tempted to try and go and get what eggs are floating around, but at the same time, I'm also kind of not inclined to do that. Particularly since this seems to be working. That one over there is slow. If you say so, Cole. And here comes trouble. So you get out of here, sir. I wonder if and it is working, with a couple of exceptions. So I should think if I was close enough to the water, the drown might come for me regardless. Let's try to get these guys a little closer. All that did was make the other ones go a little farther. Yeah, you can tell this is not going to be the most high intensity, efficiency, and achieving great things stream, which I'm quite comfortable with. I've been pushing real hard on the reverbs lately. What that means is you don't necessarily see all of it. Hey, Crafty Man. But what it means is I end up running into the matrix lots, like all the time. Oh, look, we have an exact even number of chickens. So let's bring them all this way. And then set them all up for making other chickens. Like that. Oh, and those ones. So, like in theory, I should make a place for these things to go. And I think I had a basic idea. Yeah, Yuri, doing Lewis scripts. Hell yeah. That sounds good. Oh, are you guys gonna bring me those eggs? Well, there's one. Look, I'm imitating you. Oh, it grabbed the egg. Look at that. Oh, and thank you, Crafty Man, for passing the night. And here we have yet another chicken. Yet another water chicken. Here, come on here, you. Swim down. So what's the closest point? Thereabouts. Have I looked into convolution? Kinda, sort of. There have been things that I did that was essentially convolution the hard way, just multiplying by samples. And hey presto, extra. Well, I'll push it in the direction of the. Yeah, so mostly I'm not interested in convolution because it's done using kind of cheats. Wait, oop. I'm more interested in doing stuff that involves sort of being able to access every sample. Well, that's not helpful. Give me that. There. That's close enough that they should make it to shore. Any remaining swimming chickens, I'll probably just shoot with arrows. And as is my habit, you made it to shore in a pair, therefore, there you go. So this is getting more and more cluttered as I go. I had better put some of my garbage away and be able to do some of these things I had intended. I don't think chickens can do much. Oh, bumping me for no reason. Saying, oh, hi, I laid an egg. Why, so you did. I'm probably going to clear off all of this, which means I'm going to need to empty my inventory for it. I'm going to make a sort of chamber that'll have, I don't even remember the names of the dumb things, but I know what they are. They're not dispensers, they're more or less the opposite kind of thing. And let's see whether I can use the same basic technique. Well, I don't have enough of the pieces, but that's fine. I'll go and get them. Okay, well, there's more bamboo things. Door, I could probably use door. Don't need the brick stairs at the moment. Or the lead, that's a really slow way of moving anything anywhere. Or the lanterns. Mind you, I maybe could use bamboo fence. I'm just thinking of what do I need to do in order to bring all those guys into that little location and set up a redstone egg throwing and harvesting device to make your infinite chicken bomb. Because those are always kind of amusing. And look, I have more than enough eggs now to get something like that started. Certainly I won't be needing more of that. So let's see what else is going on. So I could use fences to keep them in. I was thinking of using glass or something, though I don't think I have that much glass. There's the thing. I think I'm a little short on glass for being able to do that kind of thing. But look, we've got a bunch of planks and stuff, so... I am bonked by pink sounds. Help with animal, alright. Why, thank you. By all means. Yeah, my Minecraft server is kind of more for the other people that come here. Which is it's more or less, you know, come at your own risk. Oh, looks like my copper is beginning to, and looks like I'll be able to make even more of these. I'll make a very tall stack of those. And I know just how. And this is going to be extremely silly, but I don't care, because why not? Beep. There, now I have to make the thing this tall. Well, that's not what I had in mind. How about... There we go. Now this room. Ta-da! There we are. Okay, so we're on the Pultec style EQ. It is being mentioned. So you must understand all a Pultec style EQ is a very simple analog style EQ. There's nothing that special about a Pultec. It's just a, let's see if I can do this parkoury thing. Okay, cool. And pick up the remaining stuff and go on about my business while also picking up eggs. I really need to get these guys all into a location. Well, I don't need those. I do need to use this. Let's see whether I can make a bunch of fence. That might help. Is that the recipe for fence? No, that's the recipe for gate. I stand corrected. How about the reverse? Right on. Weird how few of them I got. But that ought to do it. So Murph Tim, they gave me them. Players on the server who have been playing much more than I have came and gave me them because I own the server. As far as I'm concerned, if they desperately need them, they can come and get them back again. But clearly that is not happening anytime soon. Or it hasn't been happening, I should say. So if they want to give me all those many... I'm putting all of my stuff in piles over there. I did not finish making a building around them. To make a building properly, I need to have a bunch of glass, so that might be a... that might slow things down. Do we have more chickens going swimming? I kind of hope not, but I guess we'll find out. And I've got a certain amount of... Actually, I've got a pretty respectable amount of glass. It just would need more for doing really large builds. So let's see. Doors. Can I put doors here? Signs point to... No, I can't. I think I put a door inside myself by mistake. Although in fairness, I don't... Oh, is there a sand farm in the end? Nice. Nice. I will probably want to pay attention to that at some point. So let's see, where were we at? One of the things I was going to do, which I can probably do, is make the roof of what this would be. However, I could also make it taller, just like it is. Can I reach that? Sure can. I just can't do much else with it, but... These are rather special in their way. So I can apparently just follow this path, and then that'll do all I need, up to and including Nope. I stand corrected. No, you can't. Up. And then you fall down and hurt yourself. Yay. Well, then we start over. Scaffolding, man. It's cool as anything, but I never spent that much time playing with it. And you apparently can't place it on some things. Like stair blocks. But I can do this. There we are. Fell down so hard I went crunch. It's a pity things don't roll down stairs. Then I could make this tall stair thing that was all about, well, yeah, a stack of dirt, that's much more convenient in some ways. I was talking about how I have to take some downtime because I've been pushing so hard on the reverbs. And this is not necessarily a bad thing, it's just a thing. I also wonder whether maybe I want to make this a sort of box without this fancy pants stuff in here. I think I have the blocks for it. And some of these need to be those thingies, which I can't remember the name of them, but I know what they are. Useful tools, they are. Oh, that one actually wasn't a stair block. So yeah, it would be a matter of mining down under here and making a bunch of those things. So I feel like it's probably a fine idea to replace these with solid blocks that things like chickens hopefully won't clip through. And it doesn't have to be 100% efficient, I just have to enjoy the way it works. So let's see whether all the chickens are still hanging out. I probably should start building the thing. I don't have that much in the way of iron ingots, but you know, I haven't actually even taken advantage of all the stuff that I've got, because I do have a big pile of iron stuff over there. So right now, not looking for, I know that that's a giant double chest of, multiple double chests of stuff. Do I have a chest of chests somewhere? No, but I have a bunch of planks, and that can be used to make chests. Fine, let's make the chests. 6 of them. Probably going to want more. Not going to find it there. Jungle planks. How many can we get out of here? A few. Ah, fair enough, fair enough. And I've got a spare shulker box because that... Can the things be put into shulker boxes? Hey, burp. Okay, there's an extra chest that's not actually being used for anything. But it's a decoration, so I'm going to allow it. I'm all picking up eggs wherever I see them, and this is really unnecessary. I don't think I'm going to be needing to do that. I'm just kind of doing it to do it. Might need those leads later. I'll keep carrying them. So, no, I'm carrying those. I'm ready to use them. Let's put away some of the things I'm not carrying or using. It's a nice silk touch. Okay, let's start counting. It's going to be a noisy chicken bomb because of the number of chickens that are going to be inside it. But I think we're far enough away from spawn that it won't be a problem. And I may very well design it to not be an ultra high efficiency thing. Hey, Math Mage. I am happy to hear that because I enjoy being able to make plugins for Unix folks. It seems like a cool thing to do. I enjoy having stuff become available in that way. So what's going to happen here is let's just redo all of this. How about? And then that will grow back if I give it time. I can go that tall. What was I doing for putting a roof on all of this? I could do the bamboo roof thing. I could probably do polished granite slab roof. Soft Clock and Cosmos should be in consolidated. I'm going to take a brief moment and fire this up. This is what Consolidated uses to populate itself. Let's see. Soft Clock is there. It's in recommended and latest. K-Cosmos. Be sure you're looking for K-Cosmos, not simply Cosmos. I've been putting like special Airwindows reverbs with K as a prefix. In fact, I have plans for a K Cathedral 4. So you should be able to get Soft Clock if you look under, probably it will be Utility. And be sure to look for K-Cosmos rather than simply Cosmos. They should be there. Right, back to here. Maybe I'll just make this a box. Let's start that by, see, I'll need to do this. And then that won't be spawnable area. Oops. Come on, there we go. And it's gone. By the way, I will be perfectly happy if anybody wants to sleep and pass the night, because I have nothing to do overnight. So there's no special reason for me to be out in the Minecraft night like this. On the other hand, maybe people are too busy. Ow. And I should beat feet for a bed. Boop. Also, know that Consolidated is in a process of adjustment. Somebody came into Bacon Paul's community and was eager to hack things into Consolidated, and in particular they wanted to make a just a moment while I make myself more of these slabs. I don't need that many. Oh well, we're fine. Hello, wherever you went. There he was. Hi. Oh, you remember that I was like, oh yay, sand. Cool. I do have enough glass for my immediate needs, but I appreciate it. Let's put the top on the chicken bomb. And then here we are. I could make double glazed. That might be amusing. But that should hold chickens in. It will all, I don't know, one chicken is already joining the chicken bomb. You are in advance of my needs, chicken. I'm not ready to have you be here just yet, but appreciate it. So the machinery needs to be in here somewhere, and then there is the I don't know what to call them, gatherers, you know, the kinds of thing. You make them out of iron, and I know they're not droppers, but I'm going to need a dropper. Or rather a dispenser, I think, is the thing. So yeah, I'm going to want to build a floor out of those. And then make a machine, ideally one with more glass around. And build this in hoppers. There we go. See, I kind of knew I sort of knew what I was talking about, and yet at the same time I didn't. So I'm going to be building some of those. And somebody noticed we have eggs around. Oh, Yuri has a question, so let me, off the topic, this is a Minecraft stream, there is no topic, don't worry about it. So workflows its controls design provides to carve the sound needed. So by EQ1P value, I have to scroll back. Tone modeling workflow a Pultex EQ1P provides. One pole, presumably, is what you mean. Say, when people talk about Pultex, I know that that is one of the... you can build a Pultex type design out of very specific or very sophisticated gear. Let's see, don't need those. Got a roof on that for now. I'm carrying a bunch of chests. I should probably make some more. I could probably place a crafting table over there. And I'm going to grab a bunch of this iron while I'm at it. I understand that there's more. But all the same, I can probably do a fair bit with just my supply here. And I'm enjoying having it exist sort of in the world. Oh, I hear a dolphin. I'm kind of enjoying having that exist in the world. Seems kind of neat. And random other valuable things of various sorts. And the stuff that has not been turned into, oh, I guess that many shulker shelves, huh? Well, I could make a stack of shulker boxes. I don't know. Also, I'm less enthusiastic about that being there. I feel like maybe what I should do is, since I wanted these, why don't I take that and why don't I put the spare crafting table on there? Then it's available for use. Huh. There's fish floating over there where that fishing is being done. I'm honestly not quite sure how that works. How are you dropping those? Not my concern, though. Gotta pick up the eggs. If you're walking past eggs, you have to make a detour to pick up the eggs. So what's my build style gonna be here? Well, firstly, I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 10 chests, so I should be able to make 10 what's-is-who's-is. Hey, there you are. If I remember correctly. Aircrafting table. Boy, the underside of these do not look very special at all. They look like just boring wood. You could make a ceiling out of those and it would look very uninteresting. Now I'm curious as to whether it looks different than oak planks, so there's one quick way to find out. Nope, it looks identical to oak planks. You could make a ceiling out of oak planks and the occasional one would be a crafting table, then you'd never know where the crafting table actually lived. Now I've got more of these available. But that can serve as a start. Oh wait, no, I have 9 and I only need 6. So I can just make more, clearly. Doesn't have to be a high efficiency system, this. Oh, and I'm doing them backwards. Maybe not go that way. Ah, John Dobb Superfan. Funny you should mention it. I have a thing that I made recently. So if I go and hang out in here and set it up properly so I'm safe from attack or whatever. I can go briefly AFK because I build a thing that I get to show you. A couple of things, really. And you can't really see it, so maybe what I can do is this thing on? It is now. Okay, so bear with me. This worked. Cool. There you go. See that? So I built this. It is a guitar amplifier based on the Valve Junior that I had. And behind it is actually the, hang on. The microphones I could bring your attention to. I now have a doohickey which has two Roswell Mini K47s. These are the ones I like. They're just Roswell audio, sort of mid-grade. They're not any of the highfalutin microphone brands, but they're better than just sort of generic, unqualified Chinese mics. I'm going to do more with this, but what I can do now is get a guitar out. Let's see whether this is even focused in a useful way. I have a Variac back here. Anybody using a Variac on guitar is using it to cut the volume. Make the volume lower rather than make the volume higher. I'm sorry how loud it is. So there you have it, really. It's the new Airwindows combo amp. It's blowing the hell out of the microphone. There's nothing much I can do about that right now. Then to sort of take it the final direction, a regular old pick, and this is the thing I was talking about when I said that you can hold the pick a certain way, like that, making the round part of it. I don't have it in me to play properly today. So I'll put this away now. Hear the chickens clucking. Minecraft is still going in my absence. Hopefully I'm not getting killed in Minecraft. Dropping the pick on the floor. Having the background music kick in. Shutting this guy down and moving it back. Yeah, so there is the amplifier that I built. Here is my studio as I experience it. And here's me putting this stuff back. Including the pick I was telling about. Oh man, if I was meaning to show anybody how to actually play, I'd have to practice more, I'll tell you. Yeah, so when you ask what is my favorite mics for recording, I just keep being interested in the Mini K47s. They're kind of a budget mic. Also, it probably sounded terrible because I was clipping the microphone so hard, but you were getting the room sound there, so maybe it still had an interesting quality to it. I don't know. And let's go back to here, because we're done for now with whatever the hell that was. Oh no, I'm locked in. Not for long. So let's see. I have 9 of these things. I could make more though. And I'm just kind of trying to think to myself, how would I want to assemble such a thing? Indeed. I think that was the sound of somebody firing lots of eggs off at once. So for starters, what if we wanted 9 of these all feeding into a chest, which then was also being manipulated? So in order to use that, what I would need to do is get under it and have another hopper. I don't have that right now, but what I can do is start making the chain it needs. Whoops. Boy, my dexterity is not in it today. But that's fine. It doesn't have to be. It is what it is. I do think rounded edge on a pick is a secret weapon. Also, the fact that I'm using a very light pick on light strings. Again, I'm going back to trying to sort out what Stevie Ray Vaughan was doing. Which doesn't mean I've done that, mind you, but it is a good enough ambition. Oh, look, we're moving in already. I should come up with some way of making it nice in here so that the chickens are happy and enjoy themselves. That said, before I do that, I do have more of these polished granite blocks, so maybe what I can do is kind of So that has to be something transparent or I won't be able to open this, at which point it can't work. Has to be a semi-transparent block. Stairs might work, though. In fact, I bet they will. So let's see, if I sit over this away, and I place a stair there, that seems like it kind of works. So one interesting thing about that amp, Yuri, there's a couple of interesting things, honestly. It's basically just nothing but a it's nothing but an Epiphone Valve Junior. That is a very cheap, very budget amp. But while it is a Valve Junior, I hot rodded it. Some of the capacitors in the signal path are either larger values than they normally are, so that only on the very input of the amp is the low value capacitor. The interstage capacitors are higher. And let's see what I have as far as what is concerned. Well, maybe I can use oak. Oh. Maybe I can. Oh, we're already passing the night. Fine. Cool, cool, cool. That's what I was hoping was going to happen. So it's a hot rodded Valve Junior. The value of the capacitors that went into it are roughly the and the replacement tubes are roughly the value of the original amp. It's definitely on the hot rodded side. Let's see. So that needs to be there. If I then placed, oh, nope. Well, actually, no, you could, but I'm still kind of thinking nope. If I put, oh no, hang on, I've got bamboo fence. What am I doing with oak fence? So my concern here is that probably the window here doesn't really work in that fences will get out. Do I still have mine? No, I don't. I had a silk touch thing here. Pretty sure if I place, yep, it seals it in. So I can make a kind of box there for what that's worth. And then the glass doesn't actually extend properly, but I'll deal with that later. Or I'll figure out something to do about it. Haven't really decided yet. This is now the engine room. I do have more glass, so I'm not all that distressed by the fact that I'm breaking glass in a way that is not replacing it. Okay, so this can be the chickens area. They're going to be kind of lower down here, but I might be able to do something about that too. So if they're at this height, does it still draw stuff in? Let's find out by yeeting an egg onto the surface. That signs point to no. Signs point to that isn't going to work. I bet it's going to eat up the slabs that I make, though. Yep, those are already gone. Well, one thing I could do is just put them there, and then I bet it will. And then if I eat an egg onto here, it's immediately gone. So that at least worked. I could use stairs to bring the visual sides of this over to where the glass is. Kind of warming to that idea. Oh. And there's the polished granite for doing that with, so I guess this is fine time to do that thing. This will also make it so that the chickens aren't necessarily overlapping the hoppers, and I do not care about that so much. Brick walling, you could call that just something you could do with any limiter, but not necessarily. Like, what are your time constants if you're talking about doing that? You're also talking about specifically Oasis sounds, and that is just about clipping, pretty much. And no, not every brick wall has a clipper under the hood, but it does seem likely that they very well might. I'm not going to say they do in the sense of that is a guarantee automatically they do, but I will say they might. Not unreasonable to think that that could happen. Funny that I'm being rained on while busily doing this. Night will come along and I'll be able to sleep to pass the time. Then the rain will go away. Come again some other day. So yeah, I could, in theory, frame this part. I think you could probably pick up eggs through the glass this way. But this is my idea for this, except for that I need to funnel things. So this requires something of a machine. And I haven't worked out the details in what that's going to be, but I can kind of see the boundaries of where it can be. And I'm not sure whether that's where I want that stuff, but one thing at a time, I guess. Which is kind of funny because it's like, since when do I ever do one thing at a time? In this case, though, I kind of am doing one thing at a time. Because I'm just derping around focusing on this chicken grinder thing I'm looking to make. Yeah, the Valve Junior is like a 5-watt amp, if that. Surprising how deafeningly loud it is. But the thing about it is, rather than being like a Celestion V30 or whatever, a metal style speaker, what's in that is the lowest of wattage Celestion greenback. It's not an old one, it's a modern one, but is the very lowest of wattage that you can have of those. And that has a number of results. One of them is that you get extremely high volume when you do that. It gets really, 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 really loud. So let's see, what else am I looking for? Not looking for that. I mean, it's a fair question as to, like, when you want a brick wall, is it even really a brick wall that you want? If you can't hear initial transients because they are too quick and are making peaks, do you actually need to remove those transients? Especially if they're going to cause artifacts. Let's go back in here and use the crafting table for making more in the way of things. What things? I'll show you what things. I could probably do with a few more chests. I know at least one, but perhaps more. I'm gonna need at least one more hopper. Under the one that I already have. One of the things I'm hoping to do is revisit Chimey Guitar before I take it all the way to Chimey Deluxe. Because the thing about Chimey Guitar is I'm not happy with the compression in it. It's not to say it's all that bad. It's not like bad, awful, wrong, ew. It's like it's fine, but I could do more. So I'm going to need one more of those. And let's go back and, well, maybe let's pass the night. And then go back and start building some of the stuff. That also stopped it from raining, which is nice. Gotta pick up the eggs. These guys are all gonna go into this new place, which is kind of why I'm not breeding them. I've already got more than I need for the purposes of chicken bomb. But yeah, see. Oh, hi. Why are you doing that? We can open you. Why can we not make you be a double chest? How about if we do it like this? No. Wow, okay. Science time. Maybe it's simply because it was pointing the wrong way. If it was pointing this way, now we have our double chest. It can still open. I wonder if I'm gonna fall through into the under the earth. Apparently not. So now we've got an area, and this needs to feed, and I may need to make even more of these dumb things, but it's fine. It's fine. But what I can do is place that there. That can be temporary. And as long as I have a double chest sitting here, why don't we just use it? Time to fill the double chest with a bunch of this. I'll leave enough to get that started again. I forget whether there's an even better way of chopping all these down, but that seems reasonably okay. No real objection there. I feel like an axe ought to be appropriate. Oh, I remember, it says sword. That does an exceptionally good job of doing it. Well, I don't have a sword on me. But it would be neat if I did. I grant you that. And I'll get there. Right now I'm just getting all this crud out of my way. And let's get a bunch of other crud out of the way while I'm at it, including those eggs. Could go there. Fine. One of those busily make work things, like when I plant rows of trees and then chop them all down. Honestly, I should go and get a sword together just for this purpose because it would be funner. It is slightly less gleeful doing it in a way that is a bit slower than it could be. But it'll work, I'll get there. And once I have put all of these away, which is going to take a bit of doing, oh, some of them are up there. Well, that seems unhelpful. But no matter. And some of them are on top of there. I now have a floating crafting table. So let's see. Firstly, that stuff can all sit there, and I'll just take back the things that are not. Leaving only the things that are either bamboo or egg. So the direction this is going is me figuring out how to do more with regarding redstone. I would like it to be a tidy little area, but I couldn't tell you whether it needs to be this tidy or whether I need to make it bigger. So for now, I'm going to chop some of that stuff so I have room to build. And I need to make at least one dispenser. At least one dispenser, more likely several. So what I'm wondering is whether I can make a dispenser that pushes stuff into a glass column. Or I might not even need a glass column. I might be able to do some of it with water streams. And I might be able to build part of my machinery on the roof. Because if I throw eggs straight down from here, that will do the thing that it needs to do. That could be a gratifying concept. So, firstly, what do I even have? Not all the things I need to have, but I do have... Okay, so one chest, I've got a little cobble. I don't have any redstone, I don't have a bow, because I'm going to need a bow for the dispenser. And it looks like I'm going to need at least 2. Well, let's load up on arrows. Let's see how I'm doing as far as like string or bows or stuff. That's just cobble. You know, if I got these guys into this area, at least I'd be collecting the eggs in a more useful way. But that is not a right now problem. Well, I ain't using my good bow for this. I'm going to have to figure something else out. Maybe any string I might have would be in this valuables area. Or perhaps not. Maybe I simply don't have any string and can't make any bows. Iron sword. So these are good swords. It's a looting sword. So I can chop that stuff down. Yo. You should just wander back out again, sir. You're annoying my parrot. One point on intersample peaks in meter is if you're getting intersample peaks that are clipping, you're already way too hot meter-wise. So there is that. Let's see. Can you make string out of wool? It would be nice. I'm not sure that's necessarily so. Meanwhile, sure, having lots of eggs. No lack of eggs. That's clearly going great guns. I've got plenty of shulker shells and ender pearls. Well, I might as well that or let the night happen and go and hunt spiders. But there should be other places I could hunt spiders. I slightly disagree, Yuri. I think you can make out waves. Oh, look. I have more glass. I had forgotten I was even doing things. That or my helpers jumped in and loaded the ovens up with. That is a possibility. Yeah, I think I have been gifted glass. Cool. That is definitely in line with my interests. I often like making stuff with glass. Somebody was using the sand generator in full effectiveness. Okay, a little tiny thing. I can put this glass in here and it can be out of my hair for the moment. Oh, nice. I'm happy to hear that. Glad that stuff is coming in useful. That's what I make it for. In the hopes that people are going to be able to get something out of it. So here's where we're at. I can probably make as many hoppers as I need. What I don't have is the ability to make a dispenser because I have no string and cannot make bows. So that's going to be some, although I do have the redstone dust to make stuff with. I don't remember whether I need to use nether quartz for things, but I can grab that as well. And I'm not doing any enchanting, so I don't need lapis for that. Also, I have been gifted an enchanting station. Probably because the last time I streamed, I noticed that people had obliterated the enchanting station at spawn, leaving nothing behind. So I planted a bunch of cheese, and I called it a day. Being unable to fix that situation. Well, I mean, the thing about something like Loudness War is simply that it's based on what's popular, what people want to do, and that's very subjective. Like, you can try to make hit records that have the sound that you want, but there have always been, you know, like back in the day, hit Beatles songs were actually pretty loud. Especially the ones that were built on, like, those old red consoles, which I think people would be delighted if I made stuff that sounded like that. Those were kind of distorty and loud sounding. You got a degree of saturation in them that could be kind of intense. See, so let me head back to spawn and see if there was anything resembling either bows or string that was available to use. I think I might need multiple bows, and that's a bit of a drag, but we can try. I'll see whether any of that is even doable. Didn't need to do that. How the hell? Here we go. I needed to hit space, not whatever that was. And I have picked that back up again, so cool. Let's see what all of this looks like. Hey, there's a couple of string. And this is most definitely the chest of go ahead and take whatever you want, so I'm going to take those. Beyond that, that's just an under chest, so that's going to be the same. This looks to be restored, at least to some degree restored. Yay! It isn't completely restored because I had more bookshelves in there, but maybe you can't see them because they're underneath the planks. I do remember I had a goodly amount of enchanting on tap there. So that's a bending fishing rod. That's cool. And one of the things that I could do is go into dangerous places. Oh, I love those. It's a little shrub. Love it. No notes, perfect. Oh, more stuff, but mostly just bamboo forest is fine. I'm basically just hunting for... Oh, somebody got hit with a creeper, presumably. I'm basically just hunting for a string. And seeing as this is spawn, this is more or less game for anybody wanting to do whatever weird thing. Oh, you can go down from here, huh? Let's see what's going on there. Okay. Not that I necessarily see anything I could shoot from there, but it's the principle of the thing. Oh, we have a bunch of weird, partially destroyed trees. I guess people have just been planting lots of stuff everywhere. Cool. Cool. I see no reason spawn shouldn't turn into a giant pile of whatever. Still have my bees, including the whole thing where I learned that you could put rugs over bonfires, and then somebody else playing here was like, no, then you burn the hives, and changed it. And I don't remember whether, oh, and that bonfire is out. What's up with that? Ah, so it's Jasonberg who decided that that didn't work. I don't know, it was working before, but I don't pretend to know all of these things. It's possible that I wasn't wrong when I read on the internet that you could put the campfire and then you put the carpet over it and it stopped them from being burned but allowed it to be safe. Regardless, I don't actually need to care about that. Kind of just, I don't know what I'm doing wandering around here in the belief that that is somehow going to get me string or bows, because that's not produced by any of this. I think I'm barking up the wrong tree, which is clearly going to be a cherry tree in this area. Unknown. You didn't know that you could do meter to that? Honestly, the ones that you can use actively in that way, that's more along the lines of okay, so far so good. That seems, I am pretty sure that yes, you cannot actually get high enchants any. Oh, hi. Who are you, and why are you doing that? Ow. I don't have enough focus to do anything about that right then, so oh well. I was too distracted by being asked about a thing. Okay, so you can do this. This is a dark hole that you can hide in. Over here, you can have random zombies appear out of nowhere. Oh. And I have no idea where this is heading. Other than this is a dark place. So I feel like maybe I'm heading back out here because I don't know where that went. And I'm not a good enough player to arbitrarily go to places and survive them. So let's see. So here's where we were at. We got a bunch of weird places here, including digging down neatly to a subaquatic area. Interesting. And a bunch of coal. I mustn't get too distracted because my whole purpose here was trying to get the dispensers I need. That's the thing. Oh, do I have food on me? Yes, I do. So I can free up a little inventory space by turning that block of iron into ingots. Here is the pasture area, which stopped being one. Oh, I am sorry about that, Antrave. That's part of the problem with making it be a place that's publicly accessible. And by publicly accessible, I mean that as I am playing, you don't necessarily see exactly where I am, But you see where the server is. Huh. Okay, I'm not sure what the deal is there, but I think that's somebody's strip mining. That's where I found an iron seam. That's out into the caverns. And here is where I might have left useful things. Thing is, though, I kind of didn't, but I can take those chests. I knew I was going to need some chests, so we might as well grab that. Oh, look, we go down from here? That's interesting. What's this? We go down from here to this very well-lit area because here's where I was running around getting stuff. But here is also where you continue going down to the very darkest area. Or the very lowest area, rather. That's apparently another stair. I should be careful because my ability to play this game is limited enough that if I get jumped by something, even if it's something I want to encounter, I could get killed and then lose everything and have to go back. So here we are down at bedrock level. Somebody's gone that away. Somebody's gone this away. This away was probably me, and that is the lava I ran into, at which point I could go no further. So this is actually not a useful direction to go in. However, I dug this out as well. However, this is just a lava harvesting place. It doesn't serve any other useful purpose, to my knowledge. So, swing and a miss. I like seeing people talking about the music that they're making, because so much of what I've done has been about making tools for people, and it takes me so long to work up the courage and whatever else it is that you need to make music. I bet there was diamonds there. To make music of my own. I mentioned in talking to somebody the other day that that is one of the challenges that I face. It's the kind of thing I'd like to do, but sometimes I'm just not doing it. So I suppose if I have other people playing on this server, what I could do is ask if anybody has a skeleton spawner, or indeed a spider spawner. So I've made this area so safe that I'm not running into any mobs. And that's fine in its own right, but right now I kind of desperately need to run into at least one more spider. That's the trick. Oh, is there a spider farm by? That's kind of exactly what I needed. Let me go in search of it. Let me see if I can find it. Up to the stairs. It's a little bit late for the summer, but I mean, winter sets in. I start getting into that zone where I'm running the wood stove all the time, which I find is conducive to on the hill. Well, this is a hill, so I could climb this hill. Also, Antrave, if you were at the place sort of more to the lefterly direction. So remember, I don't tend to visit people's bases because well, I'm not actually showing coordinates, so maybe I could get away with it. Skelly horse? Skelly horse, okay. Hi, Skelly horse. That was the saddest excuse for a whinny. I'm sorry, that's mean, I shouldn't be. Not much in a way of anything here. Somebody's here. I wanted to check the ender chest, and then I realized, wait, that's just going to be what I have in there. Well, I do remember that going over this direction was various stuff. We have hotland chickens, and we've got leaves fallen from that tree. So yeah, spider farm is in line with my interests right now. In order to proceed with the plan I had back at home, I need some bows, I need to make some dispensers. I've pretty much completely forgotten how to do any of those things, but I'll figure them out, even if I have to look them up. Frog in a well, that's what I want to start fooling with. I feel I could probably get, maybe there's string around this griefing site. That might have been Antrave's old base. I feel kind of like since this was made into a griefing site, if I can find anything useful there, I can probably try to use it. Ah, okay, well, understood. That means it's going to be around here close. I'm not sure where to look. Other than that's clearly not the right place. I wonder if this base... See, here's the thing. If this base is ruined with griefing, but it had stuff like chests full of loads of resources and such, then you can go in there and not only raid it for resources, but also there might be mobs in there because it might not be safe to go to. See, kind of like this. So it may be possible to get in or I might be on the wrong track there. But that's the thing, you see. So this was a base that got griefed by somebody attacking it, which is a drag, but on the other hand, now we've got sort of stuff kicking around here, like those are chests. It's not really in a condition where anybody is going to care that much about those chests, so I can grab them. And there is a zombie, and that's not the kind of mob I want. But I could end up picking off some of the loot I want simply by natural mob spawns, and that would be nice. Also, I can have a look at what this was at the time that it was. Because it's a shame about that, but at the same time, this now becomes a sort of... Oh, what kind of... This is in my basement. This is literally my place. It is a, I guess you could call it a public server. I mean, it's literally a public server. It's not really that much design. Oh, hi, string. I got some string. Also, I got a bow, and that's going to work just fine. This might be enough stuff. Oh, and a teal-colored sheep. That's cool. So you see, this turned out to be the right process, because I was able to get, now I've got 6 strings, so I could make, in fact I can make them literally right here because there's a crafting table sitting around. I don't think I can stack bows though. Boop. Now I have 3 bows, so I could make 3 dispensers. I wonder whether I need 3 dispensers. I might only need 2. And then I'm going to want to make a clock, but that's not going to require... What did I hear? I don't know. If this was a Snowball Madness server, I would be firing lighting snowballs over here. Oh, look at that. Owies. But there's also stuff here. So what have we got in here, I wonder? Okay, there's a bed. There's a bunch of food, including a poisonous potato. There's probably mobs. It's not safe. Some crops. I'll be careful not to hurt that. There's a switch and a button, and I'm not sure what that does, but I'm not going to touch it. And then you can continue to go down to here, where even more things were built back in the day. It might be getting reconquered by the player who built it. This is pretty. It's for planting oak saplings, apparently. Yeah, so this becomes this fascinating realm of, like, getting played on versus... If I'm able to find, for instance, garbage bows, I will simply take them, because I will conclude that anybody who really wanted a good bow would have made one, and so therefore it's like a mob drop. And it's any form of bow that I'm hot to get right now. That and string. But apparently there's a spider spawner somewhere, so in theory there should be string available for people. And let's see, continuing to go down into the depths here. And continuing to go down into the depths here. Sort of to see up, and going down to the depths here. Yeah, we seem to be going down in a spiral staircase. Up, but there is a mining section here. But then we're also continuing to go down to what this is. Oh, okay. And I can craft here, and there's stuff here. I ain't touching any of this stuff. I have my own redstone. I don't need iron. I don't need raw gold. But I'm still fascinated as to what this is, and or was, because it could be abandoned, or it could be still there. Also, do we have anything cool here? No, and I'm not going to take the glass. I got my own glass. I've been given sand, and I've been given glass. And I'm not going to take these chests because this looks like something under construction. There's a boat. Okay. I don't know why there's a boat. Amethyst. Cool, cool. Ah, so there was a geode here, and that's what this is about. Well, that goes up far. I don't understand how you do that. I also don't understand why there's a boat here, but I don't need to. I have 3 bows. I think I have enough. remember that I made EQ an awfully long time ago. I try to continue to evolve these things, and every step of the way, I'll try to come up with a way of describing what I have made or done that amuses people. So sometimes that's what that's about. Oh, and I see a question. I see no reason you couldn't simply continue to use logical if that's the one that you're enjoying. The console X compressor is not exactly the same as logical. And back we come up to the main level. Can I get out this way? Probably not this way. Largely because I don't think I can get through that rock, but maybe if I swam through it and then swam up, that might do it. Boy, that's hard to keep a track on. Here we go. And over we go. Or indeed, I can just go this way. And bada boom. And I'm just going over to see what's here. Apart from a portal. I could go through the portal, see if anything is on the other end. Hope it doesn't just get me killed. No, apparently not. Apparently it's safe. So safe, there are cows here. I know the story of the cows in the nether because I'm the one who put them there. That said, I do not know if this is going to get me anywhere. I'm keeping an eye out so that the cow doesn't butt me off the edge and I die. I see something there. Am I wearing? Yes, I'm wearing some gold. I can't pick up any of these things right now. But I sure don't need zombie flesh. Zombie Pigu, you're not mad at me, are you? Signs point to no. I'm not sure if it's kosher to be like mining gold while they watch. I forget whether that's a thing. That said, I have torches here. So this might get me to somewhere. Not down, not up to somewhere, but perhaps down to somewhere. That's another. As long as I'm cautious about this. I can maybe get down to where that other portal was and I can find out where it went. I'm a wee bitty lost, I must admit. all looking around trying to figure out where I can even go. Oh, for heaven's sake. Oh, the reason that was lit is not because it was a place, it was because there was a bunch of glowstone there. Okay, fine. Oh, thank you. I don't even care if this is the same place it was. I'm just getting the heck out of the nether now. Cool. Okay, not my favorite outcome. I'm not that enthusiastic about this. I'm not necessarily that excited about going back into the nether, but I'm not excited about this either. However, one thing I can say for myself is I have a bow and I have... No, I don't have the sword on, but... And I have an axe. That's a normal spiral. No, that's not. That is a cave spiral. So this is going to be bad for me, but how bad? I don't know yet. Do I have any torches? No. If I hit the wrong thing, that's going to come and smush me. Do I have an ability to make a wall? Kinda. This kind of wall is not going to help. So much for that. Oh, for heaven's sake. Okay. No, there may very well be safer. Oh, I see a stairwell. But is it a useful stairwell? It's going to something that looks human constructed. Oh, I know where this is. It's actually fairly hard for me to get down from here, but... which is weird because that's tiresome. I wonder if I can survive a jump. Well, I do have... the ability to do this. So I can get over that and then probably not die if I fall to it. I don't have the ability to dig down. Boy. Well, sometimes this is just the... You know, the thing that really frustrates me is I do not have torches, so I can't light squat. But I can get my butt over to here, and I bet I can take that fall. I've even got feather falling 2 boots. I guarantee I can take that fall. Get the arrow ready, and drop down into here, and then go into here, and we good. I'll even take all those chests. I'm going to be building things with them. And I'll leave this netherrack. Have a 1 locust house. Hey, craftyman. And I will come back into the surface world and go about my business because I am pretty much... Is anything useful? I'll snag the remaining nether quartz that I had ventured for. Maybe this is a good time to learn how to make some of those things. I'm not like at home base exactly, but I am at a place where I can drop a bunch of stuff if it proves unnecessary. Like dirt. And I've got some tools and things here. Yeah, it didn't sound safe. I agree. And I've got this many cobble. There isn't any more cobble, but that's pretty easy to get. I could get it literally from right here. So now let's see, what kinds of redstone section? A dispenser and dropper. Okay, so droppers are easy. Dispensers, let's make 1, 2. What, you can't? Well, that's lame. This is not a good enough bow for you? Or maybe I just don't have enough. Oh, I don't have enough cobble. It's not that the bow is no good. That is fairly easily solved. There. Now I've got a little more cobble. Boop. Dude, crafty man. Seriously? Also, it looks like that is not an acceptable bow for this. That's frustrating. It's too cruddy of a bow. You needed a new bow. Well, you don't get to use my good bow for that, thank you. I guess I'm just out of luck. I suppose I could grab a dropper. What happened to my... Oh, did something new show up? I bet something new showed up. And moved things around. So I no longer knew what I was doing. Copper doors and trapdoors are apparently electrical. That's cool. Copper lightning rod, blah, blah, blah. I don't believe it is a piston I need. I've got some nether quartz on me, so surely I should be able to go and look for some of the more mathematical things. Like a comparator. Like redstone torches. So if I have that, I can make a comparator. Except for I do not have stone, so there's more work to do. And a repeater. You know what? I don't think I necessarily need to do this particular work literally right here. Some of this I could perfectly well just go back and do it where I was going to build the thing. So do we have anything to leave in the public area? Well, I've got enough eggs. I don't think I can use more than a couple of leads at a time, so I'll throw those in there. I can't use the bow, so I'll throw the bow in there. I can make lots more bamboo fences. I'll throw those in there, and I'll throw the oak fences in while I'm at it. And keeping my nice fishing rod. And let's see. I'll throw some iron ingots while I'm at it, so people can have nice things. Oh, and I have another bow, so thing is, I don't know whether I really need I don't know how many of these things I need. But I have a pretty clear idea as to what I'm going to be trying to do. Oh. That might not be a bad idea. I should stop. I'm going to go back and go and see where the spider farm is, on the assumption that if it is still there when next I'm here, that is certainly the kind of thing where I could see use. Yes, indeed. Please show me where the spider farm is. I can't fly, so we'll have to walk there. I should have brought the boat. Oh well. No harm in me going and finding where the spider farm lives. And if it still is there when I need it next, that'll be cool. This way. Yeah, spawners are breakable. So just because there is a farm, it doesn't mean it's necessarily always going to be there. But if there is such a thing, I would like to be able to appreciate. Oh, there's the skelly horse. I'll trust you. Loop. Right on. Ah. Lovely. Lovely. Oh, yeah. Sweet. That can spare a couple of stacks of string for me without even using them all up. And I can make my own bow, so I don't need that. Ooh, glow ink. Having a source of glow ink is pretty cool. Nice. And then sort of random stuff. And the usual making of loud noises. And a bunch of weird devices and things. Cool. Oh, enchanting section. And here's where we fight the Speedros. Hello, Gazebo. We'll get some more Speedros. Oh, something's enchanted. Oh, neat. We have a spider jockey. Hell yeah. With an enchanted bow. And if I had my looting sword, that might have worked. That is a nice spider farm, I like. But that said, I'm going to head back. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool and handy. I can remember it by being roughly where a skelly horse was and where there's a few of these. I'm going to go and get the boat I came in. Running down the hill a little bit too fast. I should be able to head back and start figuring out a flower chest. Nice. Figuring out how to make things like, I know I've already made some dispensers and things. Figuring out how to use them. Because here's the thing, is I'm looking to make that chicken bomb deal. That is about getting chickens into this confined space, which I should be able to do with a bit of work, using the 2 leads that I kept. And then they lay eggs, the eggs get taken by the dispensers and put in the chest, and then I need another hopper to... I need a sort of comparator thing that will drop only eggs out of the chest, which means I need to fill all of its slots with eggs. Or indeed fill all the slots with something else and then one of the slots with eggs. That's one of the ways you can go about doing it. I'm pretty sure I have a rough idea of how you go about doing it. It's like an item sorter. And the way you do the item sorting is you get only eggs getting let through. So what I'm thinking is I could probably... Normally what you do is you build a chain of hoppers where you can go and here's my little island very close to this area, but because it's close to that area, that's fine. Somebody's hanging around inside my base, but that's because I'm coming back to do the thing. Boop. Hey, Lucas Hippo. A few extra eggs, never hurt anybody. So now here's the big question. I've got plenty of these now, and there's plenty of iron, and if I figure out how to make some of these things work. So I can ditch a bunch of this stuff here for now. Except for I probably need the cobble. Maybe that's not worth doing. Throw those eggs there. So now it becomes a game of figuring out how to make the thing that I want and whether it'll work. Let's offload some of this stuff. Perhaps even including the string, because I probably am not going to be using it. Let's offload the bamboo stuff to a separate place. Or indeed to right here, because why not? Let's dump the nuggets over here. for future use. And get busy trying to build a thing. Okay, so I feel like maybe it'll be useful for me to fire up Chromium and look up your basic oscillators. Clock is basically what I'm after. There are many different things that you can do. Doesn't need to be a high-speed one. I would like it not to be a unreasonable and intolerable clock. It's no fun. I don't need to make things fry. Doesn't have to be efficient. Torch loop. Okay, that works. Apparently it needs to be this big. Repeater. Looks legit. I don't have a repeater, I have a comparator. But a repeater would work. However, it's not reliable because it can break. Don't need that, don't need that. Torch repeater, okay, fine. I can figure out how to do some of those things. Comparator clocks, I don't need a fast clock. Comparator side input and regular inputs. So all well and good. I could make a hopper clock. Yep, I could make a comparator clock. Don't need to alternate that. That can be a very simple one. It uses a lot of iron, but whatever. Those all look very fancy. Dropper clocks. I do have nether quartz, so something like that could be made. No, not a despawn clock. Bleh. Command block clocks, nope. Piston, that's going to be noisy as hell. I'm thinking no. So powered piston clock, that's, well, I mean, would it be fun to make a really noisy, annoying clock for the chicken machine, which is also noisy and annoying? I don't know. I feel like maybe that might be a thing. Stranger things have happened. Oh, minecart clocks? That could be amusing too. And observers. So that's really fast. This is all very fancy. I don't think I really need any of that. So produce an output signal, that is what I can power stuff with. And it can read things like chests and whatever. I have in fact made several, well no I haven't because I didn't have stone. But I can have stone. In fact, I think I have stone where I'm at. So I didn't put redstone dust and so on and so forth. I think I made some repeaters. So you can measure all this stuff. I'm not paying attention. Blah de blah de blah. Chiseled bookshelf. I didn't know you had chiseled bookshelves. What's it? Okay. So you can put books in them. But it's not a regular bookshelf. That's cool. Enough with this, I say. Oh, Lucas Epo invented a door clock. I bet you did. Oh. I think it would be a good idea for me to sleep. Your door stuff is loud and annoying, yes. It most definitely is. But if we're enjoying loud and annoying, one thing that I could do is simply make piston clocks. So let's see, what kind of nonsense can we get up to here? So I have a hopper, and I can have more, and I have a couple of dispensers made with those bows. I almost feel like it is creatively appropriate to be making annoying clocks for chickens. And this might be a fine time to lure some of them in here. A dropper... No, I can't use a dropper for that, can I? I might be able to use a dropper to place stuff into a water stream, and that's one of my ideas as far as getting stuff up to the roof, where there will be a dispenser firing down. So one thing I could do is just get up there and start with the dispenser firing down concept. We'll say maybe it can be here. And I am not quite sure what I need from here, but one thing I can do is... No, apparently I cannot. But I can do this. Let's see if I can place one of these dispensers like this. That looks like a dispenser firing down to me. That needs to be powered with redstone. Oh, could I do something amusing with like a, I don't know, a sticky piston that fires the dispenser but also powers its own oscillator? Wouldn't that be funny? Got to do something about it immediately because these chickens are flooding my universe with eggs now. So let's see whether I've got slime anywhere. Yep. I guess not. Huh. Well, there's a thing. Okay, let's go back to where I can get a crafting table and see what kinds of things I could make. I feel like a sticky piston. I feel like I could make a piston. I don't know what the hell this is. Okay, that's cute. I could make a piston, just not right now. Well, let's assume I might need a couple of those guys. Let's pass them and make a DX7. You know, DX7s kind of sound that bad, but you know, there's a guy in the Surge community that loves his DX7s. I do not have a comparable love for DX7s, not even close. But the way they are made to operate is odd enough that I could probably make a sort of DX7 style-y. There we go. Here's a couple of pistons. Now I wonder whether anybody has. Would it be valuables that I have some of? No, I don't have any of. So here's the thing, it should be possible to get these dumb things. Slime chunks are not that rare. I just don't know where I'll go for it, but this is not that inaccessible that you couldn't do it. Or I could just make extra pistons and not have to use a slime, because I make an even larger and more cumbersome device. Or, so didn't I make a repeater or a comparator? I guess I did not. Okay, so I was kind of hoping for the sticky piston and making essentially a mechanical oscillator that's extremely annoying, because so will this farm be. But I don't have to. So let's explore some of the other possibilities then. Wonder what the map is of. It is my place. I should make this into a bigger map and use it for stuff. Yeah. In fact, that's so cool that I am going to, I don't know, put it on my ender chest or something. Boop. Then I just need a lot more paper, and I should be able to expand it. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. So let's see. I am not lacking in cobble. Burb. That was not useful. I got a burb in my boat. Boat burb. So I got, also, I have stone there. So I'll grab a little of everything. And let's go make some of these devices. Let's go make some of these redstone contraptions. I think I have enough of everything to do that very thing. Redstone, repeater. Oh, but I'm going to need to make more of the redstone torches. But I do have enough to make exactly one comparator. And I can make some more redstone torches. I can make some repeaters, most likely. I can make exactly one repeater. I can make exactly 2 repeaters. Cool. Well, that's a start. I got some stuff anyhow, and I know I have plenty more redstone over here, so let's just go and we will make all of that into redstone powder and have lots of it. Now let's start making a thing. Do I have a hopper? Yes, I do. So here's the thing. I should be able to make a device that fires repeatedly, lives on the roof, is an oscillator. Just put that down there. And put a hopper feeding into this, so that if I put stuff that flows into there, it will get fed into this, which then can be fired by the, well... So the challenge with that is, yes, I can make something that will maybe use a water stream or whatever to feed it to there. That would in fact work. And I can probably fire stuff into a water stream, making them float up and then float down over that, which would also work. All that seems good. I am not sure to what extent the electricity from the redstone will get in the way of this. So let's see, I do have one comparator. I got a couple repeaters, which might be sufficient. I got one granite slab for putting this stuff together. You can't place these on there. I can use cobble for the machine. Well, I'm still thinking in terms of that extra annoying piston clock. That has a certain horrifying appeal to me. I feel like that could be appalling in the coolest and most amusing of ways. Let's see whether that's even a doable thing. It'd be brutally annoying, I'll tell you that. Let's find out. Firstly, if we put that there, and then up, okay, that's not the direction I wanted pointing, but we're not, oh. We'll go for a swim. There we go. So that will be able to push a hang on. Need to get some more parts. Do I have them here or did I move them away? I've got one more part. Up we go. Boop. And all of that is entirely because I will hang on a moment. Wouldn't it look cooler if it was the polished granite stair. Just like that. There. So that looks cooler, right? And then another piston. So what this needs to do is push a redstone block back and forth. That means I need a redstone block, but that's doable. Boop. I should also make a lantern so that I can have it flashing lights like mad as it goes. This could be the funniest thing. And I consider that to be a fine... Oh, did we have... No, those are ender pearls. I don't have any slime. If I get slime, I can redesign this, but I can make it work even without. At least I'm fairly confident I can. So firstly, we'll put a bunch of eggs in there. Then we'll put that there. Then we will have to do other stuff because it doesn't want to work on half slabs, does it? So I'm going to run over here to where I can get full blocks because those are the ones that I can make circuits with. But I'll also grab more of that while I'm at it, just in case I get to build things with it. It's going to look like a cop car by the time I'm done with it. It's going to be a hideous creature. Ah, it powered it. Interesting. That means that moving, well, hang on. Let's see what kinds of mess we can get into here. So having that be there caused it to be powered. I might need to go and look up what kinds of things redstone can power. Oh, wrong block. Gonna need solid blocks here. Can't place nothing on there. Okay, now that's just powered. So that's not going to work. But if I continue to stretch this around this way, then what I'm going to want is a inverter. And I have one more redstone torch, meaning, oh, well, I'm going to want to place that first. Hey, Craftyman. Okay, so I believe that worked. So I'm going to need an inverter. Or hang on a moment. So another, yeah. Ow. Got enough of that. Need more steak. Let's make a bunch more steak and more of these torches that I'm using. And let's see how simple it is to get a oscillator going. Well, that didn't work. But what happens when we, well, one thing is going to happen is dispenser is going to fire. At which point we have now not actually fired this one because our positioning is not right. So if this shoved it back the other way, because it was on, I would need it to be placed not here, but there. So much for that. I need to go and... There's going to be a bunch of temporary stuff here. And I have to go in and clean it up once I'm done. Meanwhile, I don't know why that's there. But we can do that. We can do that. No, not what I had in mind. Give me that back. Oh, wait. Can you not work that way? That's unfortunate. Also, everything is going into the dispenser now. But, oh no, wrong. And it goes into the dispenser like everything else. But it doesn't fire because the dispenser does not fire. We can break that and then it fires it that way. And we can drop down here, at which point we can place it pointing that away. Then, when we place that on here, we can fire that over there immediately. Then I guess all of this needs to go here. dropping all of my crap everywhere, but whatever. See, the thing that charms me about this is I think this is like a dumb creation that nobody's ever made because it is a dumb creation. It's not actually good. But I can enjoy it regardless. Oh, except for now we can't push back, can we? That's funny. I should have been able to. Why are you not able to push? How about this gets another block? Or, ha! There you go. And now this should be able to push it back, and yet it is not. Do I need a repeater or a delayer or something? Well, I need to go and have a sleep because it is nighttime, but what if I use one of these other devices? Like a repeater, which can be delayed and which can power this block. Okay. Something's happening. One of the things that's happening is this jerk is trying to attack me. And that's because it is bedtime. I dare you, come out of the water. Okay, back up we go. Can we get this crazy thing to... Okay, now it did that. It went back and forth, but only once. Sticky piston technique would work for this, but I do not have sticky pistons. So I'm trying to make it work. See? Maybe I can do something with lots of different redstone torches. Also, it looks like it is dropping. Do I have the other repeater? I do. So I can power this block with a repeater. I don't currently have anything powering that block, but if I did, then, oh, no, it fires and then it falls off. Unfortunate. Okay, so I'm going to dial all this back and see whether I can get any further. horny players making... It sounds like the worst saxophone ever. It sounds like somebody who is just learning to make... Dear God, how many horns do you even have, sir? I'm gonna say that's too many horns. I'm also gonna say I don't necessarily need to fire this with a... You're just boasting because you have all the horns. This is clearly having literally all of the horns. I've never heard so many horns in all my life. Oh, that's all? Okay, you're done. You are done, sir. There are no further horns to be had. Boop. Okay, so if I was going to do this in a different way, how would that be? I can probably put redstone on top of the dropper and have it both fire and then also send a redstone signal somewhere. And I've got that there, but that don't need to be there. Ow. Or perhaps it does. Up we go. Oh, by the way, for all the horn blowing and stuff, I should probably check if you have slime. I would enjoy a gift of a slime so that I could produce some of the things I was hoping to build. It's not a rule, it's not a requirement. I'm just saying I would attempt to make an oscillator using a sticky piston. I simply can't do that right now because I don't have the vital requirement. Okay, so instead we're going to do something else, such as... Okay, well, no worries. Maybe I can make a oscillator using a redstone torch here. Ah, it fired the dispenser. Oh no. I wanted to do this. And then continue that theme through the jet blocks. Okay, let us actually place the block. Like that there. I'm a little puzzled that it did not actually... It fired the dispenser, but it didn't engage that redstone. But maybe there's a way it can. Because placing them up there is no bueno, but... And I can't place dust underneath where the redstone torch is. So maybe not so much that. there are many questions. Okay, here's a question. If you stick a redstone torch onto the side of that, are we then making it so that it can work? Well, if we... Aha! Okay, interesting. We're getting somewhere. That's powered that block, and that redstone, which has shut that off. And that one's on. So if there was a torch there, okay, no, now that is off because that redstone is connecting to it. So that ain't no worky. But, oh, interesting. So that's powered, but now that's off. And now that's off. I'm wondering how tight of a little cluster can I make of these? Are we powering that? No, we're not. Not quite. Okay, it just burned out. But all the same, that was a something. Oh. How much stuff is put in here now? Okay, these things. This is such an Airwindows thing. There are so many ways of doing this properly, and I'm just refusing to do any of them. I'm refusing to do any of the things properly. I'm just doing it in a dumb way. Because, why the heck not? Because I feel like it. All right, if we have another block, does this do the same crazy thing, or does it not? Ah. It does not. So we powered this block, which is turning that off. That block is off, so that redstone is on. But this is not actually a way of feeding energy into... I need to go and sleep. Doop-de-doo. I mean, one thing I could do is simply make a hopper clock. It'll just go back and forth. It'll be a really simple oscillator, and yet I am compelled to do a goofy thing. So let's see, what can we make out of all of this nonsense? Well, this is powering that block if we do this. Up, boop. Or now it's not. Okay. I had a feeling it was going to power that, and yet it didn't. But I bet I can do something about that. Boop, boop. Let's get going with these crazy things more. And I got to feed the power in from that side because I don't want to lock up this hopper. I'm going to want that hopper to work. Okay, so I can run redstone straight into that block from the side, and I can put in repeaters to slow stuff down. I don't think I can put repeaters on that, but if we didn't have those windows there, we could take everything down a bit. Oh, can we make an inverted stair? Not because we need to, just because it would be funny. Let's find out. Sure can. Can you put redstone on that? Just because it looks the way I want it to look. Sure can. I think that's the longest delay. A little more glass smashing. Oh! I see something I could do here. There, now it feels like there's a little more space inside here, but it should still hold redstone. At least that would be my guess. Oh. And similarly, it should still hold redstone there. That's purely for decorative reasons. God, excuse me. See, the whole fun of this is the fact that this is not something that I've looked up that is a recipe that you can easily get to do it properly. I'm super uninterested in that part. I just want to do something weird and cool and fun. So, here's where this train of thought leads. If these are at maximum delay and that does power this thing, and then I've got a redstone dust there, what happens when this happens? Ladies and gentlemen, it worked. Doesn't need to have both of those delays there, but that delay is slowing it up. I can also adjust it. That's as fast as it can go. And we can slow it right down. Lovely. Only thing is, if I have water flowing in through here, it will wash this redstone dust away, but turns out we didn't need it. And there's how that machine works. Such as it is. So let's fill this in with slabs, which will also show me whether it stops working once I fill it in with slabs. It did not stop working. We can even seal that bit in. And right on. So here's our slow little oscillator. It needs flashing lights. I have redstone. What do I need to do in order to make redstone lanterns? Because it'll be this amusing, like, cop car looking thing with flashing lights on the edges. Let's go find out what I need to make a redstone lantern. I honestly think I had a crafting table closer than there. Whatever. Redstone. Copper bulb. Well, that's not a redstone lantern, but it would work. Note block? Well, I can make it even more annoying, but that's... Bye, Grants. I do have those, so technically that is something I could do. I need a bunch of heavy copper and the blaze rod. I swear to God there was such a thing as a redstone lantern. No. And I know it wasn't a copper bulb. Okay, so let's bail out of there. And we're going to jump right back into looking stuff up on the internet, just because I don't feel it's as interesting. Bingo! That's the one. Oh, I need glowstone, that's why it's not showing me. Well, you know, that's attainable. It is not that impossible of a goal. Though I don't have anything like that yet. Oh, let's get ready for bedtime and then... Then I will go in search of some glowstone, because I'm pretty sure I saw places where it was. Almost nighttime. Hey, Craftyman. There was nether stuff put down there where I could... I don't suppose any of it's been left around here, has it? No? Yeah, there's a bit of nether stuff, but that's just blaze powder. Blaze powder and nether wart. Oh, have you got glowstone? I would love to have some glowstone. If you want to go and bring me some glowstone, that'll save me a bit of a trouble going into the nether for it. And then I can proceed to get going on the oscillator here, which must fire stuff up to the other oscillator. If, indeed, I can't just run it off of... Looks like I need 2 glowstone blocks in order to make the 2 lamps that I will use for this. They can be on either side of that, and it will be like boop, 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 flashing from side to side. It'll be the most amusing thing ever. I know just where I'll put them. I'll put them... Oops. Hang on. No, that's totally wrong. What am I thinking? I have to put one of those there. And then I'm going to go from the opposite direction, so that's fine. Boop. So they'll be kind of displayed from the sea, but they're going to be lit there. Won't actually be that obvious from being on the island, but I don't know, maybe I can make that, maybe I can do something else with it. It'll power whatever block is over it. So technically, as long as I could place them there, I could have, yeah, let's redesign that. Oof. And like, I could come up with a way of just sending the redstone down to power the other circuit, but it could also run independently. They don't have to be synchronized or anything. It's just going to take a stream from here. So at this point, I feel like some of that glass is going to come in handy. And I'm going to need to get my bucket. I know I had whole bunches of glass from somewhere. I don't remember where I put it. There it is. I don't think I need more than 64 of it, though. Because you're going to be able to watch the eggs make their little journey in anything else. I mean, technically, I think other objects could circulate through this as long as the dispenser didn't just cause them to become a block, because that would become a problem. So let's see. I'm going to need at least one more hopper. Don't rightly know where. Yay, thank you. I'm assuming that's what you're doing. Let's see. Hopper, hopper, hopper. Boom, 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 and boom. Gives me the hopper that needs to go into another dispenser. Hey, thank you, glowstone. Which probably means at this stage That gives me 2 redstone lamps. And that means I can finish that bit and move on. Only question is, how much higher do I want it to be? Okay, I do have to run redstone around or under that. Give me that back. If I ran redstone under it, no, I gotta run redstone to it, which is fine. It'll look a little bit cumbersome, but it's fine. Let's put that thing back, clear that redstone up. And I just gotta put a redstone on top of it, and then it will light. Ta-da! And we can even speed up the flashing if we want, but right now it's doing fine. I could even set the glow lamp like literally directly underneath, or literally directly over the torch, which would turn it on. And then the only remaining question is, how do I make the other one go on in the same position? Yeah, why not? Oh. On you go. Okay, so I should be able to place you directly on the torch, and that should work. That worked. Then it's a question of placing it on the... and then powering it. That's a whole other kettle of fish. Because you see, we are not powering this one, and we want them to flash back and forth. But we could do it a little bit more. We gotta run extra redstone around. I fear this is going to shut off What in the world? Is this something somebody has done, or is this just a natural phenomenon? Don't mind me scooting for bed. I'm going to do this again on Thursday with whatever it is I'm doing. Just because, like I said, this is chill out week. And I'll get back to all the fancy. So are we making that scrunch noise anymore? No. Can I place these? Oh, no, I don't actually want to power that. I want to... No. Place eggs in it. That's not what I had in mind. You get off of the top of here. That was never what you were supposed to do. That said, I am liking the fact that... Oh, I'm not liking this, though. I'm not liking that I need to encapsulate this in glass, because that is the purpose of having this path. Can you power it with? Okay. It's an insulator, but the redstone can go there. Now, I guess more glass down here, if I need that. What if I just allowed that to be a solid block? And ideally, what's going on down here has a similar quality. Okay, dispenser, 4 eggs. It is not firing, so I've done something to screw up the system. Let's go fix that. Well, it is turning on and off. It's just not firing. Okay, so but now it is. What's up with that? Not that I necessarily care. This is fine. It's like it's eating up. Okay, so this works. And all of our light flashing is still the same. So all things considered, we could be doing worse. The glass has a purpose. Easy enough. Oh, I don't get to put the glass there, but I get to put the glass here. Which means that glass can be broken, so I have a channel of glass now. I'm sure I can make another oscillator In fact, one that is simpler because it doesn't have to flash policeman lights. Because that's kind of the fun of that, is what that's doing. Don't know why it needed two things, but actually, well, oh, it didn't need that, did it? Scrunch. And that means I now have another repeater which can be used for the same purpose. Meanwhile, all of the checks that were made in there were thrown back out. Or I can make more repeaters and just use them to delay everything. I could absolutely make another repeater for this. Wonder if it breaks if you do this. Nope. Yep, it did break. Okay, so we will not make it go that fast. No, it came back to life. Nice. I could encapsulate everything in glass to protect it. Probably don't need to. But nothing is stopping me. Well, no, something is stopping me from encapsulating it all in glass, and that is that I need this redstone here. And here. Although technically I do not need both of those lights, and in fact it's now not flashing back and forth the way that it was. And I don't like that, so I am contemplating whether I can do something else. Well, that briefly changed it, but where's that lantern? Did I not pick it up? I didn't pick it up because I have too much garbage in my inventory. Oh wait, now you don't work? Well, there's a thing. So just in a spirit of inquiry, now I can't pick stuff up again. Oh well. If we throw this away and grab that, and then that sits on the front, now we don't have power. But we could. Boy, I am so cluttered with inventory. I really don't need this much clutter. It's going to make it difficult to work. Possibly because I picked up an egg by mistake. Okay. So screw it. Let's go and dump a bunch of stuff off. Ah, but where? Well, I'm carrying chests. Let's dump a bunch of stuff that I'm not directly and immediately using off, and then go from there. Don't think I need the droppers. I'm going to want another dispenser. Oh, no, wait. I think I can use the dropper to put into a water stream, and that was the whole point of the exercise. That I can do. Also, pity I don't have the piston. Could be an amusing way of doing other things too. Alrighty, so slowly we progress. Up we go to this weird construction. All this doesn't really need to be the way that it is. Now, let's see what can be made to happen here. If this ended up looking like that. Well, for one, we can power that with a repeater. We can power the repeater with redstone going around in a loop. We can put a torch on the end of this guy. And that will fire off our redstone lamp. How high up can it be for it to work? Not like that. Can I put a redstone lamp on glass? Yes, I can. But it's not going to do anything, though, so other than turn that on, so fine. So that will light up and or flash. Then it now fired because that was there. And now that is a tiny version of the thing that I made before. Cool, cool. I'm like wanting to use glass to shield it, even though it doesn't actually matter. Also, we could make this fire slower. We could make it fire way slower. In fact, I could put 2 more repeaters in there, and honestly, I'm not sure why I shouldn't. I see no reason why I shouldn't just go and make a whole bunch of these repeaters. So let's grab all of our relevant things and see what we need. Redstone, repeater. And it gave me 2. That's because I ran out of torches, but I don't have to if I don't want to. I just need to get more sticks. And I've got more sticks. Will it make stuff indirectly? No, but can still get there. Plenty of those. Plenty of those. Let's go and slow this thing down. Do not think you can fire stuff in on the sides. Which direction does this have to be pointing? I think I have to be facing towards... No. Nope. I have to be facing towards where it goes. There. And I could make a little circular looking flashy thing if I wanted, but I don't have to if I don't want. I think this would flash on the front edge too if I wanted. You could have the lights going around in a little circle. It could be one on top of here, one on top of there, one on top of there. But not actually concerned with that at the moment, so let's not. Nah. Doesn't do anything anyhow. Now, for constructing a tube, and maybe from there. So how's my positioning looking for this? Not exceptional, but that, on the other hand, is pretty good. And it'll open just as well into a glass block. So here, and I wonder if it'll open into a water stream. That could be amusing. One way to find out. Boop. And then down to there. Down to there. So the challenge is now I cannot get access to that, but there's ways of working around that. Such as I can get access there. So here's the challenge. I need to pull out of this with a hopper, or indeed a hopper chain. A hopper chain would work. I'm trying to avoid the hopper chain though. And then promptly fire into that stream with a dropper and or dispenser. You can do dropper chains though too, and that might be the trick. To fire into a water stream that will live here. That way you can see eggs floating up through the water stream as it runs. In theory. In theory, that's what it would do. Remains to be seen whether any of this works, but I'm betting I'll get there if I try. Firstly, that's no bueno because I do actually need the hopper. So let's see, am I out of iron? No. Oh, I literally have a hopper right there. And then I shouldn't need a dispenser, but I'm going to need more droppers. So let's see whether... See, there's a bunch of cobble. I think that's all it wanted. And let's see if we can do a dropper chain that functions. Dispenser, no. Dropper, yes. Let's make a bunch of them and see where they go. So I feel like the way a dropper works is you gotta place it from where it's pointing. Off to take a brief nap. Okay, so while it's playing pretty music, I'm going to run off and thaw out food for dinner and hit the restroom very briefly. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I hear a chicken and the music stopped. It will. I'm back. I just needed to take a very brief break. Should be good through to the end of stream now. So that clock is going okay. Here's the thing, I don't honestly know whether I can do a vertical dropper chain and power it. I feel like maybe I can. I'm not sure I can. Nor am I sure that this amount of space is acceptable amount of space to work in. Bearing in mind, though, that the original idea was a water stream. There's room for a water stream, you just can't get at the chest this way. Also, I feel like I could be clearing some of the unnecessary stuff out of this chest. So hang on. That would be a nope from you, sir. And all of you can go over here. Allowing me to get some of these back. So I still have plenty of glass, even if I'm not using it very efficiently. Still deciding where these things are supposed to go. Water flowing stuff up and over here should work. Also, I feel like I had nope, that's looting and an unbreaking. Man, you guys are littering the place. They are soon going to be exiled into their other place. Ah, okay, there's the one that had Silk Touch, so I can get some of this glass back. Got there. Although, I mean, technically, I don't have to be able to get access to this once it's operating. Or at least not in that way. It'll just become a sort of ridiculous device. Nor do I have to make it ultra high efficiency either. So now I'm pondering, like, okay, ways of making water flow uphill. Just placing the blocks in such a way that they hit certain points and then flow up. Probably possible, beyond the scope of what I'm looking to do here. So a classic way of doing this, rather than using a water tunnel, is simply to throw stuff into a vertical column of glass. That could work. It's more about like where I place my various stuff. And this is why I am doing some of it the way I'm doing it. Let's go up here now that we have the silk touch. Clear the stuff out. Here's where it would end up. So we can make that be glass as well. And under there, which would mean that that stuff doesn't need to be. Now I can get into this chamber, which would be one thing to do as far as luring some of these chickens in here. That might be a fine idea to do now. Because why not get things rolling? That double chest will totally fill up with eggs, but I don't mind. Oh. Just getting a little sleep, Craftyman. And thank you for the glowstone again. We cooking stuff? Cool beans. So let's see, one of my first things should be to set up the water stream it needs. I can place one source block at the edge, at which point, and this is me more or less trying to figure out whether I have a bucket handy or whether I need to build one from scratch. I think I have to build one from scratch, which seems funny, but I certainly have the materials for it, so no problem. And a crafting table. Well, that should do nicely. I think if I do the glass dropper thing correctly, it will actually work. I don't think they would have removed that from the game. Oh, and at what point was I carrying seeds for drawing all these jerks where I want them to be? There's some seeds. Okay, may I draw your attention, please, to this? There's far too many of you everywhere. And I know just where to take you. Brief pause for noms, and then resuming the attention. And it'll tidy up the amount of intense egg everywhere. And we're going to start filling up that double chest with eggs real fast. A giant flock heading my way. Okay, now the rest of you guys are going to get smunched. Oh, they're falling down into there. Well, that's a shame, but can probably do something about it. Yeah, clearly they think they can get out. I don't love them all congregating there. But the way this works... Where's the fence post? Okay, which was it? Bamboo or non? I'm not sure. Aha. Okay, now they can't go there. There's even more of them outside, but there's nothing to be done about that, really. Okay. And how far over does this need to go? Ah, already got one successfully. How are we doing for building blocks? Not great. Don't need the seeds, though. Give me more building blocks, please. Only got 6 of these left? Huh. Okay, now, okay, I see what happened here. Now I can't get into here. And that's because I led them in this way. And now I don't need to do that any longer. In fact, I don't need these guys out here at all. Less of you out here, please. Okay. Hey, Craftyman. So I can get in there, get in here, and make a glass elevator. Actually, before I get on to this, I need to briefly go and can you use a dropper? Looks like you can. Nine years ago, you were able to do this. So a dropper must point up. Seems doable. Don't need to use a dispenser for it. And it can be here. So let's see, there's a dropper. I don't think that's going to cause a problem for it. But here is where the hopper starts feeding it. And it is working just fine. Here's where I dig out some more stuff so that I have room to work. Probably going to need to go and get more polished granite, but that's doable. And we're going to do a similar thing as before. Oh, good, that's a chicken. For a second, I thought it was Craftyman in there. I'm like, no! You were inside my machine. But no, he was not. But I do need to beat feet for bed. Boop. Yeah, I bet you love me some eggs. This place is not short of eggs today. No, we have more than enough in the way of chickens and such. That is not something I'm lacking at the moment. So here's the next stage. I believe that needs to be glass all around, although that could be square. And can mine that out. Not carrying any torches, but now there's one. And same deal as before with these remaining redstone repeaters. That one will fire that. There. And then this is going to empty this out until there is no more, but they're at least not going to lay too hard. But it's not going to work for any value of work until I have glass all the way up here. So that needs to not only be solid, but we also need to extend it just a little bit. Oh, here is the more glass I needed. I should line everything with granite so that it all looks like intentional. And it should turn on. No. Wrong. Wrong thing. But I could place a glass block there. Okay, I believe I'm seeing a problem. They're not going all the way up. Let's get that silk touch thing going on. That wasn't it. Can I manipulate this in some way to cause it to work? Okay, that's no bueno. Any happier now? I believe it is simply putting the eggs directly into the chest through the hopper. Let's do a dropper chain instead then. Interesting. Okay. Now is that all it needed? Because it's already working. Alrighty. I could use another one of these. Well, no matter, I will simply climb up. Okay, so doing it like this, they're coming up here. I still have my water bucket. So technically, if I was to get even more ambitious and have it come up in the middle of the stream of water, meaning that that stopped there, that goes here, And that goes there. We have they're freaking out, but they're not working. Alrighty then. And that's because they're going on to these side areas here, which I can plainly see. Ow. And in theory, which I can replace with glass block. And presumably it's got the same problem on the other side. Didn't want that. Some of them are working. Some of them are not. Same deal. Beautiful. It is fully functioning now. You know, I don't necessarily even need this stuff on the top, do I? And if it throws random objects, well, those random objects ought to just get slurped up by the system again. Well, that's not what I wanted to see happen. What the hell? Let's see if it puts it into the chest. That, or I can wait for it to come around periodically. Like the machine just randomly yeets a nice pick every now and then. You're like, oh, okay. You have to wait for it to eat the pick. Actually, no, that's it. What am I doing? Okay. Back over to where sleep is to be done. Yep. Neat. Might be effectively making a crazy chicken machine. So if I'm clever, what I can do is come up with a way of making it shut off. But what fun is that? Okay, let's see. A little more of this stuff. Don't need to go down into there anymore. I mean, this could be just planting grass over here. Don't need that there. We can grow grass over this, yeah. We've got a little bit of dirt. And let's see, where's my one remaining lamp? Here it is. This does not turn on and off as I wished. But might be able to come up with a way of making that happen. Give me that. So you can't necessarily just swap stuff out. In particular, I don't think I can just swap this out, but time to find out. That worked. Now, it flashes, but I do not know if it works. But it's easy to find out if something lays an egg. That gets fired into here. I did not need a double chest. I super didn't need a double chest for this. But I might want to get under there. Nothing to it but to do it. Let's go and get under there. I don't see why not. I'm not using slime for anything, but it could happen. Okay, now let's test this and see whether we can actually... First of all, let's see if we can get anything out of this. Nope, that's empty. Looks like that worked. Granite. Just out of laziness, I'm going to throw a little cobble in here, because we're not using that part. Okay. Oh, I don't have any more dirt? The hell? How is it I've run out of dirt? That can't be right. Maybe it wants me to use more in the way of glass in this area. I'll buy that. Grass will grow in. I could have put grass under there too, but now let's go and see what the situation is up here. This is also where you put in additional and lastly, let's fill in this whole area more densely where possible. Okay, can't do it there, but I could do it in that spot. And thankfully it gave me that back, so that's cool. No weird side effects going to be happening. That's as far as that goes over. 23 of these, legit. Go over to here. Put those in just for spawn proofing. Don't need mobs showing up on top of there. Okay, so we've got some of the eggs hanging out over here situation. But I bet I could stop that by putting another layer on top, right? And this goofy device will continue to do its terribleness. Probably going to want to be able to turn it off at some point. Just saying. I mean, what fun is that, right? If you build the Doomsday Machine, clearly it's because you want to use the Doomsday Machine, so why would you ever turn it off? And yet, it's still probably you want to turn it off. Oh. No, not you. Okay, it's settling down. Well, hang on. I can't do that, can I? Or can I? What do you... What's that there? You don't light up. Am I out of glass? Seriously? Can't be. I've got so much glass. They don't have it here. Onward. All the rest of these guys gotta go. Can't say as I need a totally random, unmoderated, insane chicken scenario. That's not actually what I'm looking to have. Okay, here's more glass. And if I finish it, and make an extra special egg adding point, and get rid of all the rest of these. Gonna be a lot of eggs in here. Back you go, I think, to the sealed system. I'm done with some of you guys. Oh, for heaven's sake. It wasn't supposed to be as mean as that. I'm supposed to actually do this in one go. Like, I'm just not very good at it. Okay, so here's where the path comes. Let's dig down to where we can get access to some of this stuff, even if it is literally the underneath side. We're going to get over to the underside of that chest. Oh, give me that back. Thank you. And I'm contemplating having a switch off. Like, that's not an unreasonable suggestion, being able to turn the crazy thing off. That's pretty legit, really. Okay, we don't want to go that far down. There's a place where I can get some coal, anywho. Or not. How about let's not get this coal? Because now I'm drowning. Or I can get this coal, but then immediately go and replace it. don't think they're escaping much. The system is not running that fast, and yet all the same it's still kind of horrifying. This is a lot. So, I did pick up the stone, yes. I don't need the bucket on my hotbar. There we go. Ooh, we might want you to be there. Okay, there's the hopper. So I probably don't need to go down as far as this. And if I take this one out, I have access to large chest. Which is the thing I was looking to get access to. So now the remaining thing is to fill all this in with glass so we can see all the lights flash and stuff. Clearly. Just like that. I want more granite for this. How much more polished granite do I have? Well, I do have a bunch of dirt. Oh, there we go. I'm sure that's enough. And oh, it's my lucky day, look. I got lapis for no reason. I'll take that. Heck yeah. And some of you can get filled in, because we don't have to go any farther down than this. I believe that can be deleted and then replaced with that. Seems legit. And we can walk right in here, check on the hopper. Oops. Check on the chest, which doesn't need to be that big. And now it's just a matter of what other crazy things can we do with this nightmare scenario. Okay, so we don't need to climb down into here, so that can also be glass. I see stone, which maybe I would prefer to be this color. Whatever. And this also has to be... We can only get this far out, and... bedtime. Oh, somebody's been doing some work over here, but that's what it's for. We're being good community members and filling up all the empty buckets when they are produced, as I would have hoped. So as this expands, stuff's gonna start leaking, so maybe I can put a fence around here or something? I'll figure something out. There will be the possibility to build it up to unreasonable amounts and then like open a hole and have them go spewing out. So it's one of the things that you can do. Hang on, do we need these pillars here? What if we did not have these pillars? What then? What will we have then? We got more dirt, a little bit. It's a pretty intense machine, I must say. That was more or less the hope. The idea was, let's make a crazy thing. And sure enough, it sure does seem to be a crazy thing. For dang it. Alrighty then, let's do this. They are literally above me at this moment. Dun dun. But we can conceal that fact. Oh, that's not going to go well. Give me that. I'm thinking maybe the too wide is not great. That can be fixed. There we go. And if I had one more dirt, assuming I want dirt there, maybe I don't. Maybe I want that. Or perhaps glass? Here is the thing I am thinking about. Building an off switch. A off switch could be built. It would work. Hey, Brooke. But that said, I'm getting very close to the end of the day. So let me get my Silk Touch pick back. Do a little final aesthetic tweaking. Here we are. Here's our access to a large chest. Meanwhile, bits of my design need a bit of work. Oh. Hey, Craftyman. Look upon my craziness and be dismayed. That is a empty double chest, I will add. I do not currently have any way of, honestly, it's epic, but it doesn't really have an off switch or anything else to do other than continue to be itself. So it's a matter of at what point does it reach meltdown. And it's probably worth me using this to put in a stop operating it switch. I think it's doable. I think I know how I'd do it. I'm gonna kind of figure that one out. Let's see, what do I need? Oh, here we go. Boop. So I think that and a stone in some combination. Unless it's that and a cobble. It's that and a cobble. So I think this is going to work. Because I think that'll work, but it doesn't technically stop everything. But I bet this does. Off switch achieved. Got there. Oh, but I still need to be able to get into here. Because now the eggs are accumulating. So as long as I'm doing that, it's filling around it. Do I have any signs handy? No, but there's a glowstone. So I feel like that could contribute to something. And I can put all the eggs there. I can put a glowstone there. So now I need access to a sign. I'm sure I have those. I'm just not quite sure where I put them. But I'm sure I have them. We can put all these eggs here. Sign, sign, signs. And I'll clear out all of these guys. Which, by the way, I'm glad people are letting me do my own clearing out of the things, because it always makes me happier if I have that going on as I expected it to happen. Do I like this? Got 1 egg, got 9 eggs. I'm deciding whether I want this to be like this. Have I still got stairs? I should still have stairs. I don't think they are escaping. I still have stairs. But maybe they are. They're getting out through the partition between fences and... Or maybe they're just wandering up here rather than getting out. I honestly don't know. But man, we have a dense packing of these guys in here. To the point where it might be worth replacing this stuff with glass. It will be very difficult to do because they will burst out as soon as I release the pressure. But all the same, it might be a thing. Ah! Look, somebody got out. I just saw that. Escapee. Okay, well, as long as they are escaping, I'd better fire up the machine. Because it will end up empty if they all get out the windows. That seems no good. Oh. And let's see, where was I at? These. I was looking for these. So we can make that look more natural like this. And then continue the pattern. Down into the off zone. Yeah, they get out the windows. They sure do. That needs some fixing. Here's a bunch of solid glass block. They're very enthusiastic about escape, aren't we? You know, I could probably temporarily fix it like this. No, you don't. Okay, took a while. But not a perfect system. One thing about it, I'm going to get lots of feathers through trying to make all this work. Lots of feathers and lots of chicken. I'll put it all at the spawn when I'm done. We are not going to be lacking. Aha. Gotcha. Oh my god, I got a massive jailbreak going on. Oh no. There we go. But there's a bunch of them left. Didn't expect that much of a jailbreak. I wonder if I can make them fall back into the place again. Seems like that might be a suitable choice. What do I have as far as good building block materials? Well, I sure have a lot of that. Maybe this is a good time to attempt to do the other windows while we're not completely flooded with cluck. Because I'm pretty sure it's those partial windows that are doing it. Okay, so nobody's right there. Nobody's... They're going to be there in a moment. Okay. No. And I'm running over time, but this is silly fun. Oh no! Another damn jailbreak! There we go. It's gonna get ridiculous. Come on, come on, come on. No, 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 no. Dang it. Okay, that's the last. How can I pour them back into the top again? Because this is dumb. Although I got it. Maybe it's just a matter of letting them litter everything with eggs and then putting the eggs into the bottom section again. Like, clearly, that is a possible outcome. Oh, bedtime. Yeah, I'm definitely going to keep derping with this until I am satisfied. I know I'm 13 minutes over 5. I don't have to stop at 5 if I don't want to. I would like to stop when I have this nonsense sorted out. And that also includes having them not breaking out of the machine. But hang on. In the ender chest, do I have like a proper weapon? It's a looting sword. I don't know to what extent I actually need that though. But let's see how this works. Out over here. I'll end up with a lot of feathers. Crafty Man 04. Okay. Yeah, no, that's actually my house, but thank you for asking. Got any of them kicking around here? Ooh. Let's take a moment and make a few more lapis blocks. And then a little more than that even. Okay, that goes back. Probably don't need the redstone dust at the moment, so that's fine. Or coal. Yay, more lapis. Well, this is successfully doing the thing of killing them rather than frightening and hurting them and making them run around. I don't like that part, so I'm avoiding it. Oh, I stand corrected. Gonna end up with lots of feathers for arrows. Out of my boat. Now, what I don't know is whether it's going to successfully not leak chicken. I'd like them to be visible, but the glass might be the problem. Somebody say something, he says, holding the looting sword. I'm going to run out of ability to hold all of this. Put some of this stuff back. I can put cobblestone back there. That's an easy one. This is going to be a quieter island by the time I'm done with it. You have to go all the way over to the far side to hear the chicken madness. And then you're really in for it because it becomes ridiculous. There will be no litter of eggs everywhere. And they might still leak, for all I know. There's another. Let's clear this out of here. We do not have a large number in here, but they don't appear to be getting through the glass. Although I do see a problem, which is that that's a stair block. And I do have proper polished granite blocks. So I feel like maybe this is a time to be thorough. You can see better if you don't have the polished granite blocks, but all the same, I think it's correct. It will probably leak less. And the one remaining glass block that I need to replace. Where the bloody hell did I place my glass blocks? Alrighty then, I bet they're here. Oh, not literally there. How about here? No, apparently not. Okay, what the heck? Where did I place the glass? I bet I placed it here. Yup. Doop-de-doop-de-doop-de-doo. We're going to finish up this design. They're going to bolt for this pane, but no, apparently not. They don't know they can get out there, so they don't bolt for that gap. Alrighty. Okay, remaining concern. This doesn't work. So, that fits. That fits. And that's going to cause a gap as soon as I expose it. So I'll go over to the other side and do the remaining bits over here. This stuff did not work, but it's great all the same. Well, alrighty, I guess I find out. Boy, we got troubles, and I know why. I'm gonna kill them all before I get them out of here. Got them. That was ridiculous, and more difficult than expected. Bolting for bed and grabbing some sleep. It makes me wonder how late I feel like playing today. Who was this? Somebody was making a remark about doing a vegan run. That is not actually what's happening. No, we ended up making weird machines with Minecraft mobs, as one does. Okay, same problem, but over here. No, no. No, get out. Ha, that wasn't as hard. Could have been much harder. Okay, so if I clear this off like this, it remains functional, but looks like I meant to do that. Likewise for here. How are you doing for massive quantities of eggs to put in? Yeah. Okay, feathers get cycled through, but I can grab some of these things as they cycle. There's no laying happening yet, so as long as I just try to grab whatever it is that is going through the system over and over, I should end up getting to a stop. And I think that was everything. So now we load with eggs and go from there. Well, I certainly don't need that. I can hold all of that. I can take my fishing rod back. Didn't end up using the leads for this. And I would like to make this be this material. Although I am placing lots of dirt in the machinery, but it will despawn. Ooh, hang on. Slow your roll. Using this, I can get rid of those visible bits of stone. Okay, I like that. It's not all visible bits of stone, but the visible bits of stone that are there I can deal with. Then continue that. Maybe turn that into steps, or just trim it. That needs to be a block because that is the on-off switch. But I've still got glass block. And I can pick up the remaining scraps. Boop. Do I still have stair block? Yes, I do. That means that can look like that. And indeed, that can look like that. Although that doesn't necessarily mean I want it to, so perhaps not. Give me that back. We're going to seal that up like that. Catch you later, Dr. Wilkins. And let's not have this be here. Because it should be polished granite to continue that pattern. and then you get to see all this other craziness down here. Think you heard an egg being laid, and there it goes. And there it goes. Alrighty, so all this is looking kind of weird, but it's the best I can do for now. I could extend this area out here a little bit, make it a little nicer looking. Right now, I don't have it in me. But the terrifying machine is, in fact, working and functioning, although I ended up losing literally all the chickens to leaks. Sad to say. Ooh, I wonder if I can... Well, that doesn't look nice, but I can fix that. Can I make a little corner stair? No? Can I make a little corner stair if I try really, really, really hard? Oh, not as such. You know what, that's fine. Can put a stair there, and then maybe... So it's a kind of a steep drop, but that pretty much works. And then you hit the off switch, at which point it will not continue to run. Other one will, though. And let's go see if I have any more eggs, because that's the last thing I have going on. We can put this away, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that. Well, not that. That goes in this. I got a good collection of stuff, honestly. Oh, a little more polished diorite to go there. My creepy, strange machine. Dun dun. It is the creepy, strange chicken machine. And I believe it will not do anything when I log off, which will be happening pretty soon. Those are pork chops, not chickens. I sure cut down on the numbers of chickens, though, I gotta say. There was an overwhelming number for quite a while, and then it just kind of stopped being so overwhelming. Fancy that. And I've still got a little redstone stuff left. And all that only got me a full stack of chicken to boot. Well, I will run it back to the spawn. You are safe. I have no desire to. What's this? Okay, so this needs to be expanded and then put up somewhere. That ought to be something that can be done. Oh, high glow squid. Fancy that. I wouldn't mind having some glow squidding for some of these things. However, right at the moment, I don't think I'm up to it. Well, there's some more sugarcane. I will see. Oh, I should also bring a stack of feathers to spawn too, in case people want to make arrows. That seems legit. Nothing much to do there. Okay, let's see if I can make the island look bigger by expanding the map. I think that's how you do it. And sure, it kind of sort of is, except for it's not showing me enough on the map. So I need to expand it more, I guess, because I don't think I can. Yeah. Well, it was showing the chicken zone at least, so there's that. So I'm going to need to continue to expand it in order to show this place appropriately. And that means making more sugar canes. I don't suppose I have like literal paper or extra sugar cane kicking around. Though that's where I had my glass, so let's put the glass where it belongs. Kelp will not do. Boy, it's much quieter now. Imagine that. I sure have a lot of fish. Fish I did not need. Plenty of string. Never did make the oscillator with a piston. How's the chicken bomb going? Hey there, Miami. Presumably Miami is aware of what's going. Oh, and no crafting table, no ability to carry all of this bamboo at once. So that is perhaps something of an oversight. Wait for it. Oh, I've got this one funky area there which doesn't really belong. It will build up in time. I had way more going on before I was trying to actually clear this problem. You can see what gets let through. It's a relatively low number of oscillators. I'll have to hang around there for a while in order to get anything to happen. Ooh. Well, here's the thought. I don't have much in the way of much, but one thing I can do is plant a crazy bamboo forest. And then I'll grow lots more bamboo. I can just plant it out from where all of the chickens were. Oop. Well, that's not the way of doing that. That's not the way at all. Oh, you can grow on sand? Okay. But I don't care. Let's just plant every damn block. Because we have lots of blocks to plant with. And if you click on top of the thing, you immediately make it taller. And that's a start. If I can empty this way, then maybe I can carry everything in there. I believe that's everything in this area. Sure is. Missed one. 2, 3. Can get them starting faster, but it's not like they really need the help. Not on the beaches, if you please. Now let's take half of this chest away. Leaving a little bit left over. Getting stuck, and let's walk backwards. Hey, Mammy, good going. I am not sure if stuff can spawn on top of a bamboo. Seems to me like maybe that's not something that can happen. I guess I'll find out soon enough, though. That back. I don't know why that's there. right over where bed is at. Yeah, I am derping around extra long, but that's because this is a recreation. This is a chill out day. So rather than working until the wee hours, I'm kind of just going wee and seeing what I can make happen with all this crazy nonsense. Among other things, we are now attempting to clear stuff. So I could place a chest anywhere, including literally here. Oh, look, I have 19 more paper. I'm not quite sure how that transpired, but that is what I need. Let's go plant some more bamboo. Hey, coming along pretty good. Let's see what else I can put in here. Weird little individual items such as they are. So I can pick up the rest of these drops. And I think I successfully did. Over to the insane bamboo forest, which is now taking up a particular space to the sides of these things. And literally every block over here. Gotta love the groove of planting like this. You're going do 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 do. Placing a bamboo in every considerable spot. It's just going to be a very densely populated island by the time I'm done with it, I tell you. Can't place it on the path. That's fine though. Path is going to be the only way to get through all of here. Nothing's going to be spawnable. So much bamboo everywhere, every square. It's going to be weirdly peaceful because nothing can live on the island except for bamboo. This is bamboo land now. Funny how everything, there were so many chickens and so many eggs, and now there is just nothing except for these guys. As they gradually, slowly begin to grow. Okay, I think we're going to want actual paths from some of these places, so perhaps not going too hard over here. Oh, but not there. Lovely. Like, one thing about it, this is a choice. This is a reinvention of what this place is meant to look like. It is meant to look like a hell of a lot of bamboo. Because I have a hell of a lot of bamboo. I assume they can't actually get hurt by having eggs hooked at them. Give me that back, please. There we go. Have to wait for it to grow before I can path it. Let's get that bamboo going. Then if I want, I can take a sword out and just go wee! Clear everything out. So this is quite a conceit. You can't do anything here unless you follow little paths. Because otherwise bamboo will grow up your wazoo. Why? Because I have so much bamboo to dispose of. And although I do not do it often or easily, this is me playing. I'm doing silly things. I've got plenty of time to go and have my tacos later. But I don't always give myself time to play, so sometimes it looks like this. Looks like strangely arbitrary stuff as my fingers get a little tricksy and do not want to do what I tell them. Wonder what it would be like if you set fire to something like this. It would be like, oh my god, apocalypse now, holy crap. It would just be nuts. That would be a thing. Please don't anybody do that to here unless I get to watch on stream. And here's our bunker for when you do that. Honestly, I think the interesting part is, can mobs spawn if I have done this? I guess we'll find out. It's starting to become night unless anybody sleeps and passes the night. If asked, I will do that. But this is one way of finding out. These need relocated. But I have not yet done that thing. Oh, somebody slept. Okay. Alrighty, well, nothing would have spawned here, but did anything spawn over here? I think maybe no. I don't think anything did. Although I think you can spawn on stuff like this. Time to find out whether you can plant bamboo on rocks. Nope. Oh, goodness. I mean, I do have glowstone, so I could illuminate this. Just to stop it from being spawnable on. I don't think anything would be spawned up there. No stuff spawns in path. If I did certain corners, like this corner and this corner, that probably would do it. Yay, to crazy jungle island that is all about bamboo now. And what's wrong with that, I ask you? I mean, it's an aesthetic. I never said it was a good aesthetic, but it's an aesthetic. I have not. All of this needs redoing, I think. That's a lot. Well, let's grab some of the details that I consider to be, oh, glowstone is fancy and nice. Let's put it in the fancy and nice place. I'll leave the rest of that stuff alone. I keep having these just kind of sitting out, and I'll probably want to move them somewhere. So glowstone in fancy and nice place. Extra iron goes where iron go. Same here. Okay, so that's extra paper. Where'd my map go? Did I put it in the... Oh, that's good. Well, let's find out. Is my map there? Sure is. And I am carrying a crafting table, so a crafting table can live here. In fact, it can live literally there. Good enough. Now, how many times can I expand this, and is it going to look cool when I do? Here we go. Oh man, it keeps not... Well, that's annoying. I cannot expand this to the point where it actually... This needs to be somebody else's map, I think. And I need to learn how to make one centered on here, because this is very much not centered on here. Not actually wise to make this swim. Drowned can come and beat me up. But all the same, it's the right thing to do. I will find whoever lives in the center of this map and give it to them. It's probably not this person. Cool house, though it is. And I do not have access to... Yep, see, don't want to be going there. Let's fill in this whole map and then give it to whoever is in the middle of it. That seems cool. I still want one of my own, but I would kind of like one of my own that is more focused on that little island. So it's basically all to the good. No boat. No ability to see where I'm going if I'm carrying the map. Eek. Didn't appreciate that. That startled me lots. Yeah, you really can't see where you're going. Oh, hi. Splosh. Can we climb using these vines? Probably. Looks like it. Not as much as I would have liked. Please let me climb, thank you. Man, you can't see where you're going carrying the damn thing. Well, little fillets weigh in when it can. Lovely. Random chicken. I shouldn't have made it as big as I did. It's going to take a lot of effort to cover all this ground. Oh, thank you for reminding me. Steak, indeed, is foods. fallen down using the map. As long as I don't fall into holes deep in the earth. Well, I see a spire over there. This is slow progress, but it is gonna kind of work. It's making for a pretty map, so there's that. And if I run into trouble like this creeper idiot over there, I do at least have my bow. There, it's got that edge covered pretty well. Yep. A little bamboo for bamboo fanciers. It's getting dark, and so that's a problem. Well, maybe my compatriot will sleep. I guess we'll find out. I did make it to the firefly bushes. Ah, very good. That is handy. I appreciate it. And over here, and then we can start filling in this part of the map and make my way over to the middle part and like place it like over in the middle where it's centered. Or at least anybody who made a base, you now have a new map. I've made this thing for you, even though I do not know who you are. Because it's kind of awesome, and because I wanted one for myself, and it wasn't located in the right place. Okay, so we go a little ways this way. Lovely. Then we swim this way, because apparently we gotta. Should have brought a boat. I mean, I could make a boat. Yeah, I could make a boat. This would go a little bit easier in this watery area if I had a boat. And this looks to be about the center of things. Secret mystery crafting table. pair of boats. Could have made that out of bamboo if I tried. That would have been acceptable. Also, it is going to be handy to get back home, which should happen. I should quit playing Minecraft before I completely... Oh, can we... That's paper, that's not the map at all. Here we go. This away. I said this away. Nope, not that away. This way. And then this way, and we got it. Swear to God, I'm going to find out how to make a properly centered map. Oh, look, I guess that must be a lava lake over there. Oh, hello. Okay, I know who gets the map. Look at that. Whoever you are, you're getting a little present. Let's see if I can find my way over to... Oh, hi. It are a little dark in here, but there is a torch or two. So the question is this the path to up? I'm not sure it is. I want to get up there. And I place the map there. I have absolutely no idea who that is, nor does it matter. So let's see, what's it going to take to get there? I may leave an extra boat if I don't get back to that location. There is another house here. But I don't know, I have a fancy for putting the map there if I can figure out how on earth to even get there. It's not the most straightforward proceeding. Also, was this where that damn creeper was? Because I don't like that. No, but that's clearly a drowned. So I don't like that either. Doing a little parkouring. Going into the heavy undergrowth. Seeing whether we can get to the base of this and find some kind of ladder. Hopefully things are peaceful enough here. Yep, we need to get up. Uppies! And here's how that will be done. Hopefully there's not a trap to like punish people who come up here. I think I see ladder. I do. Oh, but it's not as easy as all that, is it? have to be able to make the adjustment. Oh, and you can come here. I don't know who this is, but I must give you this gift. Oh, don't tell me I need an item frame. Oh my god. Seriously? I need an item frame. Okay. There you go. They may never find it, but then maybe they will. And I must admit, I'm running way over time as far as making dinner, but it's okay. It'll be there when I get to it. Are there vines here that, or can I jump off and get to water? Fairly likely that I can. Ow. No, I could not. No matter, I had feather falling too, I survived. Let's heal. And a row 2, let's see, do I have, no I don't. I was going to give spawn food. And I see a player flying about. At least I'm pretty sure that's what that was. Switch over to here. Hey, Craftyman. Hi. Oh, thank you. And I just gave somebody with a weird tall thing over there a map. And I would like a map for here, but I don't know really how to do it. But I do have paper, so maybe it's time I learned. Starting to get a little bit dark. Oh. I'm still carrying a lot of bamboo, so we can address that. This is about finding out whether things can spawn on bamboo. And these are the things I was going to bring to spawn. As usual, nothing in there. Oh, and I was going to bring that. May as well put some of those things there. I am very curious as to whether, like, the completely bamboo-infested forest is spawn-proof. I suppose it's possible. Don't really know. I mean, I don't see anything over there. I suppose things can spawn on sand. Let me run on over here. Firstly, I'm going to go to my valuables and ditch these slimes, because that could come in real handy. Then I want to find out how to make a map. Do you make it like this? No, you do not. indented banner pattern? Seriously? Hanging signs, that's cool. Cool enough, I suppose. Aha! Empty map. How do you do that? Compass. Okay. Fair. It's the banner thing for this. Iron and redstone. That's doable. I've got that. I just don't have it right here. I can't click out of here until I clear the search. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. And I believe I will surround this with paper. And then I will go right to the middle of this island, at which point I will look at it for the first time. I bet that's what you need to do. Let's give it a try. Not perfect, but it could be worse. It's kinda, sort of. I would indeed call that kinda, sort of what I had in mind. So it's better than the previous one. Let's see if I can doctor it to be any better. So if you're like this, I want you to expand outwards in this direction. So you're in the top corner, please. Expand. Oh, clever, huh? Alrighty then. How about now I go way over here and then look at it, and maybe that will help? I'm going to swim out into the ocean and then look at it. Let's see whether that helps it know what it's doing. Seriously? Okay, I am, shall they say, disappoint. That's just dumb. I don't understand why this couldn't be centered. Hey, Snare Mori. Yes, this is. It's a fairly recent version of vanilla. Since it's all okay, so better than having maps that don't match each other for a map wall. So it's about having a map wall. Move the house. Right. Okay, so there is kind of sort of a thing to do. It's just not a very good thing to do, but this is kind of centered, so there is sort of a way to deal with it. And I need an item frame to be able to place it. But I'm just going to put that there along with the paper. And I said, boy, I've just continued Minecrafting all night long. Well, I guess I needed that. So more or less what I had said was, oh boy, I need to do all the Minecraftings ever. So what I'm going to do now that I have gifted that map to that person, it's a lovely big map, is boogie to spawn to, did I have my, yes, drop off a whole bunch of chicken. And if anybody has stacks of eggs, I'll probably take them and include them for my machine. My machine is going to take a while to ramp up again. In fixing the windows and stuff, I let out far too many chickens. Also, I need to not hug the coast too hard because yeah, kind of go this way to get there. Hey, dolphin. And there's where all of the cherry blossom stuff is. This is the cherry blossom place, and my little place is 100% the far too much bamboo place. Though, mind you, there's a bunch of bamboo there too. Bamboo comes in handy. I should make an entire island covered completely with scaffolding. That seems cool. Should do that. There we go. Now let's search for eggs. Okay, I've got 4. And you shall have raw chicken plus a bunch of feathers for anybody who needs them. And a dark oak sapling. Don't need bamboo. There's sure lots of it already. I think I have enough jungle saplings. Oh. Okay, we'll have combined eggs. I can have different colors of chickens in there. That seems good. Here's a bunch of copper nobody wanted. I'll take that. Not that I really expect to be able to do anything with it, but all the same. I'm making the piles of things, you see. And I don't honestly think there's anything else I need here. Boop-de-boom. Ow. Mind you, that doesn't mean that that's going to hatch brown chickens. Not at all. But there is a small chance that I'll get a brown chicken, at which point there'll be more brown chickens going. And that seems good. While I work on my process of covering the entire world with bamboo to spawn-proof it. Or at least that's the story I'm telling. Here's our scary ship foundering location, which is a potential portal. And yeah, like, no lie, I should have gone and made dinner long ago. But I am like literally in the middle of derping around playing Minecraft week and stuff. So on this day, if I want to derp around not doing anything useful and playing Minecraft far too long because I am trying to do a weird and fun thing, by God, I will do that weird and fun thing. Well, let's see what's going on here, or if there's anything handy kicking around. That's all fine. Random food. Eggs, yes please. If things go right, I'll have the giantest supply of eggs anybody ever had, so I'm more than willing to use these ones towards my purposes. I'll be able to fill it right back up again. Remove if wanted. No, it's fine. It's kind of overlooking my creepy island, which is going to be entirely and totally covered in bamboo. I don't know if I'm going to go that far, but I could. Oh, it gave me some redstone? Why, thank you. I may put it in the stacky up location. And I may park these boats around the back like this. Still got a lot of bamboo on me. It's cool how I'm just a lowly ground pounder and everybody else is flying and doing all these cool things, but it's fine because I'm finding ways of enjoying my thing. Oh, I can't jump up to that. Oh, okay, okay. That is something to finish on. Yeah, he gave me some redstone. And apparently a bunch of emerald. Okay. So that's apparently how this goes. Let me just place as many of these blocks as I can in the area I can reach. It'll eventually... Yeah, I know, right? That was a good... I was going to jump on top of the pile of redstone, but that ain't happening. Oh, that ain't happening. So let's see, what can I reach and jump on? To place the remaining... Yep, that's good. Bink, bink. That is the remaining copper, all of which is getting wore out appropriately. Did I just bounce on the anvil? Is that something one does? And now I'm going to make my way through the creepy darkness of the bamboo forest. Honestly, there might be ground coming out of the sea at me. But I kind of feel... it's cool. It's cool. It is people contributing to do a weird and silly thing. Much like I am now going to try to enhance the numbers of chickens in here. I didn't get any brown chickens in here, but that's fine. The flashing lights in the bamboo forest that you can't actually get through. Well, maybe I can. Yeah, I could. Oh, somebody was already sleeping. And on that note, I'm going to go out and have a look at my collection of redstone now. Find my way through my crazy bamboo. This is going to be fun to finish. Dare you to do it with diamond. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Somebody either has a way of grinding redstone or found a hell of a lot of it, because that's just hilarious. And thank you for only doing that there rather than like messing with other builds that I've done. Although somebody has given me enchanting. Oh, it's from the wood. Fair enough. That makes sense. Oh, can I see it from the house? A little bit. You can't really see it that well from the house because you have to climb onto the roof even to get a sense of it. And on that note, Oh, look, I have a funny thing going on the screen. That's interesting. On that note, I'm going to go off and make tacos like I should have done an hour ago, or could have done an hour ago. But I will be back doing more of this on Thursday, because this is my week for chilling out. I don't know exactly what I'm going to post this coming weekend, but I'll come up with something. I've got a backlog. I've got stuff I can post. Might even be a reverb, might not. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.